that would explain quite a bit why you wouldn't be able to hear me. All right, guys, thanks for coming back. We got a new session. If you remember from last session, they were under attack. But other than that, there's nothing really I'd like to share with you at the beginning of the game. But understand that I'm going to spend about 15 minutes doing a little history and backstory lore. So grab your popcorn. Be sure to find a drink and sit back and relax. And here we go. Let me get everybody online with us. All right, guys, I am back. Oh, you don't have to do voice if you feel uncomfortable, because after doing it for about 5 years, it might become your regular voice. He's okay with that. All right. Well, I'm going to tell you before we even get started, guys. I have a scratchy throat, so it feels like I've got maybe a hacking cough. So I'm taking some meds for cough, right? And if I go like cough crazy, what I'll do is I'll try to mute my microphone so I don't, blow everybody's eardrums out. So just know that. And okay, I think I have a question before we get started and into a recap. Now, remember, I'll let you know that before each session, or during the first few minutes of every session, I'm going to do a little lore drop, okay? A little back story kind of historical kind of just info dump, right? But I'm going to try to, I've actually made a list of the things that I want to go over this week, and it's not crazy. So we should be able to get that done in probably 15 minutes. And then we can get back to having missiles coming after you. Okay, but before we do that, I want to ask each one in turn, starting with Malix, or Strix, actually, what your favorite pizza is. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking, because I like those tough questions. Okay. Right. Okay. I would call it basil, but that's me. Yeah, but I actually despise mushrooms personally. I just cannot bring myself to bring them close to my face. I just can't do it. Yeah, I know there's 100 million people love mushrooms, and it's probably more, but I'm not one of them. I just don't like mushrooms. But meat lovers I could get behind. Onions, sure, all right, so Mason, what about you? What is your favorite pizza?
So it's actually a custom pizza that I get from anywhere that lets me do that. I'll go with a white sauce, like
Okay.
garlic, Alfredo, ranch.
Sure.
It's great. It's the perfect mix of like salty, savory, it's pineapple. It's just
You like cheddar on a pizza?
yes.
Okay. I don't know if I do. I don't think I would. But that's okay. Other, different strokes for different folks, right? I love cheddar for various different things. Like I like cheddar on my salads, but not on a pizza. I don't know. It's just weird. All right, so we're going to go with Rob. Rob, what is your favorite pizza?
Super, super standard, like New York style fit, but with a more Italian dough. And then a white pizza, as much garlic, as heavy on the garlic as you can get it. Pepperoni, bacon, anchovies, mozzarella, and then hot peppers and caramel.
I don't think I've ever had an anchovy.
If you like them, you love them, and I both like them and I like the fact that it stops people from stealing my pizza.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm asking for. I want to know what your favorite one is, not just some random like I like all the meat lovers. No, which meats? And that's where we're going to go to next. We're going to go to Speckman. What is your favorite pizza?
In the town that I used to live in, that was a barbecue pizza, but they swirled the barbecue sauce on top of it. It was just regular pizza with shredded like barbecue on it, and then they added cut up dill pickles onto it. It was just delicious.
Dill.
There was one that was called the German pizza, which had like Polish or the German Polish sausages and sauerkraut. Bunch of other stuff on it that I got from a
like
town
brats.
nearby here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, sausage. We have we break it up and scatter it around. So I could see a brat being sliced and then put it on there. That sounds just as good. All right. So, Dink, what about you?
Grew up on just pepperoni and cheese, square cut though. They made them in big square trays and stuff. They always sent an extra bag of cheese to sprinkle on before you ate it. But for about the last 2 years, I've been hooked on just regular pizza. It's got garlic olive oil is the sauce, cheese, onions, tomatoes, and feta cheese. It's outstanding.
Interesting. Just FYI, you brought back a little memory there. I used to work at a pizza place, and we had these giant pizzas. They were I think they were 20-inch. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. 20-inch pizzas. And once we got over 12 inches, we stopped cutting them in star shapes. We started cutting them in squares. So, I don't know. That was just something. All right. And then, James. I know you don't eat pizza, but...
I actually love pizza.
I
I
just-
consider myself a pizza cookie monster.
Okay.
I will eat any pizza that you put in front of me as long as it does not have mushrooms or diced tomatoes. However, my favorite is actually when I'm allowed to, and Domino's does the best, you do the personal pan pizza with the garlic sauce, extra cheese, spinach, and Italian sausage. It is absolutely phenomenal.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I have eaten a lot of Domino's, and that if you order a certain number, like online, if you order a certain number of pizzas, you eventually get a free one. I think I've gotten a dozen free ones, so that should tell you something. Okay, Moose, what's your favorite pizza?
Well, the best slice I've ever had was just outside Baghdad.
Oh.
And yeah, there's this place called Pizza. Don't ask me why a bunch of Arabs are making pizza. But
Well, it's universal. I would
yeah,
think.
I mean, it was thick, greasy, which I loved. The greasier, the better.
Right.
And the topping of choice that night was minced lamb.
That's good.
Interesting. Yeah, that sounds
Actually,
exotic.
those are really good.
That actually sounds really good.
My number one topping, that was the best slice ever. My number one topping is fried eggplant.
Oh yeah, I can back that.
Okay, you lost me.
I have a question, Moose. So this
Yeah.
was like Baghdad, Iraq, right?
Yeah.
No, it was Baghdad, Wisconsin.
That's right.
Hey, North America's stolen all sorts of names. The chain that you got from Pizza, was it the same Pizza that's in Canada?
It's only pizza I've ever seen. I can't say I've spent much time in Canada.
Because that was a bit of a deep cut. It was like, they have pizza in Baghdad? What?
I thought Pizza was the Domino's, the Noid. You know, he would always run around saying, pizza.
No, that was Little
That was
Caesars
Little
because they
Caesars,
used to
yeah.
give a free
Yeah, Little
pizza
Caesars
every
was a
time
little-
you
Oh,
bought
Little
that.
Caesar did that. Okay.
Yeah. My
So
mother
they might
used to
be
work for Little
they might be
Caesars.
affiliated. So I don't know. Just
My mother
FYI.
actually-
Go ahead.
I was gonna say my mother actually told me when she worked at Little Caesars during that pizza campaign, they would give a free pizza every time you ordered one, and she said 90% of the customers would give back the free pizza and say they didn't want it. So we ate a lot of pizza when I was like 2-3 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Something to be said about Little Caesars with that, I think.
Well, that's a little bit familiar. When I was working at that pizza, it was actually called Pizza Man He Delivers, and that was the whole name, and it was in New Orleans. And when there was a hurricane that came through one year, this was back when I was in high school. It knocked down the pizza sign, and it only said "Man He Delivers." Talking to my wife there. So my favorite pizza, just so that you guys get a full circle here, is I like it thick. I like the crust thick. I cannot stand when it's too thin, because I feel like it gets like crunchy and dry. I like it like moist and soft, and I like it when the pizza kind of lays over, and like you said, extra juicy. I like extra sauce. I always like that tomato sauce to be just the majority of the topping, and then I get generic, and then I go pepperoni and jalapenos. You know, so that's me. I'm kind of like nothing super special, just a generic pepperoni and jalapeno, double sauce, thick crust. It doesn't have to be thick crust, but I just don't like thin crust.
Actually, surprised nobody said Chicago style.
That's because that's a lasagna, and everyone here
Exactly. It's a freaking pie. I've had Chicago style in Chicago. It is nothing like New York in New York.
Yeah, it's not.
It was nice though.
I've never been to Chicago. I've been up north, but it was only like on missions. I never had the opportunity just to go visit a restaurant. So, but I've never had Chicago pizza as far as I know. If I ate lasagna, then I guess I have, huh?
pretty much.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
All the viewers from Chicago have decided they're going to stop following you out there.
That's right. You know, good riddance. No, I'm just playing. All right, so we are to the history lesson part of the game show. I have a document that I never opened. Okay, so let me go ahead and do that now, so that I can follow along with myself. Traveler campaign. There we are. It's a Google Doc. I update it each week. All right, so scrolling. We'll get back to that. There's some handouts that I want to share. One of them is super just get your mind right. Let's talk about it's Jump Space. It's a picture that I couldn't find last week, and I just racked my brain all week, like, where is this picture? I don't know. Did it pop? No. Okay. There you go. It should have popped. There we go. And so that is a Far Trader. It's got a little jump bubble around it. This is an artist's rendition of, the chaos of Jump Space. I'm going to tell you right now that jump bubble is too big. It needs to be more skin tight. It needs just, in my universe, the jump bubble is kind of like a just maybe a meter out from the hull. It's not like this. It's not a circle, not a orb. Yeah. So there you go. Okay, done with that. I wanted to show you credits. Okay, there was a question last week about them, and okay, this is one of the things I want to show, so let's just pull that out while I'm here.
Here.
It's got money.
Derek, I think you muted yourself.
I did. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's like a block of plastic that with the image is actually like molded into the plastic. And so when it's cut, you get the same image like a bunch of times. And yeah, I don't know. It's just, it was a question from last week. Okay.
It's like the panda bread.
Exactly. It's just, but it's sliced so thin that the plastic is kind of flexible and flimsy, and you can put it in wallets or, you know, in briefcases or whatever. Okay. I also have a Vac-Suit Evolution, some pics, right? So this kind of shows you. I don't know if anybody here knows where that Tech Level 8 Vac-Suit picture came from. Can anybody like win a credit?
That is
God.
from. Oh shit! I don't know actually.
It's on the tip of my tongue, and I'm gonna remember it. Yeah.
Which
Well, describe it. Describe it. If you know, and I'll give you partial credit.
Is it from the Apollo program?
It is not.
No, it's a movie.
actually,
Yeah,
no, it's the Space
something about the
Marines.
dark side of the moon.
Nope. It's a TV series that is still on.
Oh, is this For All Mankind?
It is. It is For All Mankind. There you go.
Okay, that was
Boom.
not what I thought it was.
Yeah, For All Mankind. So
Is that
when they
good?
sent the Marines to the moon to protect the little moon base they had. Yeah. So that's why they're carrying M4s.
12 is from 2001.
Is it a good? Is it a good show?
I love the series. So no, it's horrible because when I like it, nobody else does. You know, kind of like Star Trek Enterprise. You know, I like that show, but nobody does.
I did too. Archer was awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Scott Bakula.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let me give you a little preface before you go and watch the show and think it's going to be what you think it's going to be. It's an alternate reality. Okay, so it's Earth, it's the moon, it's the United States in the early days of spaceflight, you know, Mercury missions and stuff, and then through the seasons, you go through the different eras, and they're up to, I think, the 90s right now in the season. But it's not any 90s you would recognize. It's like the president. The president, I think, is Al Gore.
Oh,
Just so you know.
question. Just from the picture, how did they explain out that a automatic weapon would work on the moon?
Modern firearm bullets have their own oxidizer. They don't actually need oxygen to fire. That's why you can fire them underwater.
That is what I've been taught.
What about the cycling action? Because doesn't that like gas powered? So wouldn't the zero atmosphere mess that up? Like I can see how the bullet goes.
Well, maybe the spring is a lot weaker or something because it'd still come back but I don't when they fired I'm not going to ruin the series.
It was a single. They use it as a single action.
Semi-automatic, yeah.
Semi-automatic, yeah.
But
It doesn't cycle easily on its own because of the fact that the gas system in the M16 of their version does tap off the gas.
right,
But
exactly.
it is a completely sealed system until the ballistic tip leaves the.
But part of the show was inside the space station, so, or the moon base. Okay, so and then if you scroll down, you recognize the tech level 12, obviously from 2001, right? And tech level 14 is actually not called a vac suit; it's called a ship suit, and it's tech 14. And I used an AI generator to create that picture. So what it is, you can use it as a uniform on the ship, and if something ever went awry, you could just throw some gloves on and flip your helmet up because it's actually a soft plastic.
So, like some of the newer Star Treks.
Yeah. And the Tech 10 one is supposed to be a hypothetical next-gen spacesuit for us. But it's only concept art. But I just wanted to show you that it does, over time, it did get lighter and lighter and lighter and more. But it's still obviously a spacesuit until you get to that Tech 14. In the old Traveler system, it's called a tailored vac suit. But in the Mongoose system, it's not called tailored anymore. It's called a ship suit. But it's the same thing.
Okay.
It's the same. All right,
Mason, buy me one of those.
That's right. Now, I mentioned the two trade routes. The green and the light blue. I'm not going to go through and read this for you guys, but I am going to let you have access to it. There's the Pirate route, which it's basically the green route, the route that goes from the Empire to the Oslons. And then there's also the Florian route, which is the light blue route, which goes from also the Empire, the Fist system, up through like Ace and then out to Tyr and Caldos and all that out in that direction. Okay, so those are two popular trade routes that the Empire uses and the Oslon use because of the distances of the jump are reasonable, and the capability of like large freighters or what have you to be able to refuel. So some of these other ships might look like, or other planets might look like they should be as part of that route, but maybe they just don't have the capability, or there's something going on those other worlds. Kind of like Exocet, right? It's an A-type starport, and but that doesn't mean, and it's got a gas giant, but that doesn't mean it's capable of refueling maybe a major freighter, like I'm talking about 2,000 or 3,000 tons. Okay, so that's those trade routes. Okay, here's one. I think I have it under war. My mouse just took off and started doing its own thing. All right, here we go. You have a couple of different struggles that happened in this area. One of them, and I just want to say, the Trojan Reach is the borderland between two great powers, right? The Imperium and and an aggressive expansionist power, which is the Oslons. When they got within about 20 parsecs of each other, and as the Oslon advanced closer to the Empire, the Oslons. Okay, something about the Oslon that you might or might not know is one of they're like a super honorable, warlike race, but one of their underlying driving features is home ownership. Okay, so they and the bigger the plot of land that you own, the more social standing you have, the bigger influence you have. And so let's say you're on a planet and you have all of the land, let's just say, and then you have a kid. Now when that kid grows, or two, let's say you have two sons, the one might take over the family plot of land, but what about that second son? He is going to have to go out somewhere and get his own land. Well, first of all, the father is probably going to kick the two kids out and say, you can't have my land, you have to go get your own, right? So they're constantly trying to expand their kingdom. Their area that they own is super important to them. They also are harems, so they would have the women of the culture are gravitate towards the men that can provide land, right? So they're more than just baby makers, because the men can't count. So I'm exaggerating, but the women manage all of the finances everywhere in the Oslon Harem. Men, that's beneath them. That's not something they almost literally can't count, because all they care about, they can count warriors that's in front of them, but when you hand them a credit, they look at it like, here, let me give this to my lady so she can tell me if it's right, because he won't understand it. Okay, just FYI. All right, so there's been conflict between the Empire and the Oslons, and there's, wait, did I share that with you? I don't think I did. There's the Oslon and the Imperium question. Okay, so we'll show you that one. And you can read this later. And then the Oslon and everyone else. So the if you have territory that's able to be taken, then the Oslon are going to try to take it. Right? That's just the way it is. There is something called the Glorious Empire. I'll go ahead and share that with you. I was going to hold off on that one, but we'll go ahead and share it. The Glorious Empire is to the left, way off the map on the left. If you could imagine, and if you have Traveler Map, you can open it up and look and see. But Glorious Empire is very small. And it's to the left side of this Oslon area. It's a mix of Oslons and humans that had formed in an empire together. And they're kind of like, they're mean. Okay, so, they're nasty. I wouldn't mess with them. Okay. Regional timeline. I think I've got that. Yep. This is just straight out of the book, so you guys can take a look at it. Remember that the year today is the current year, 1105, and you can go back in time and you can see a little bit. two more things, and then we'll be done. I have the Kingdom of Drinax, and then Raiders. Okay, let me close some of these because I think I am all over the place. States and people, maybe? Okay, it's pretty big. Yep, there it is. Okay, Raiders. Piracy and raiding is an epidemic in the Trojan Reach. Raider culture has plagued the sector for thousands of years. A band of raiders jumps into a target system, which is usually a low-tech planet, loots whatever valuable and portable goods they can find. Traditional raiders' targets are precious metals and gemstones, electronics, radioactive, stuff like that. Once their holds are filled, the raiders flee and jump back to wherever they came from. Raiding is not viable in the Imperium, as the Imperium Navy would hunt them down and destroy them. But there's no law in the gap between the kingdoms, right? Not like that anyway. Imperial agents estimate that there's about 50 to 100 raider bands operating in this area, many of whom are based on the world of Theve, and in your Theve is right up here, which your ship and crew and the Kingdom of Drinax has basically recently done a service for them, and so they are actually friendly towards you. The numbers are difficult to estimate, and a lot of raids go unreported. Aslan raiders are sometimes confused with human raiders. I'm not going to read all this. Okay, the jump routes across the sector are well known to pirates, and they prefer to lie in wait for convoys or large groups of merchant vessels or something like that, where they can get in and get the maximum benefit out of it. And they're not going to attack like well-protected, like a convoy fleet that might have defensive ships and stuff. So there's just a lot of that going on in this area, and you're trying to, okay, I closed it. You're trying to turn that around, right, and not be a police force, but at least trying to improve but kind of be a police force, if that makes sense. Okay, and then the last thing is the Kingdom of Drinax, which this is probably the most important thing for you right now before we get started. This is a little bit of a history lesson and now you can see where I have the old Kingdom of Drinax in purple all the way around. I want you to kind of absorb this if you can. Okay, in the days of its strength, the Kingdom of Drinax, or to give it a proper title, the Star Dragon Empire of Sindal in Exile, it's a mouthful, ruled many worlds across the Hiawatha subsector. Hiawatha, of course, is the Aslan name. Old charts still called it the Drinax subsector. The heart of the Kingdom of Drinax was the Ark planets first named by Solomani settlers in the age of the Second Imperium. These worlds were named for the great visionary writers of old Terra. Banks, Strauss, Asim, Porn, Hilfer, Paul, Torpal, Clark, and Blue. And beyond these core worlds, the kingdom also had a presence in 24 other systems across the subsector and beyond. Of course, the king of Drinax also claimed to be the heir to the vanished empire of Sindal. And if one were to accept that right, then half the sector legally belongs to them. The Empire of Sindal arose in the year -2000 and ruled for 600 years. Okay, so -2000 is actually 3105, years ago. Although for much of the last 200 years, it was stricken, I'm going to say, with internal dissent, rebellions, brutal punitive attacks on its own vassals. The Sindalan Empire finally fell around -1400 when the imperial seat at Noricum was bombed to oblivion. Okay, so if you find the planet Noricum in this area, I don't know, it might be off the map, actually. I'm not sure. No, there it is. It's right next to where you're at. It's the one with the red block around it. That was where the Sindal Empire's capital was, and it was bombed beyond... Okay, half a dozen regional dukes proclaimed themselves emperor or king, and the kingdom of Drinax was the longest lasting of these pretenders. From -1400 until 902, not too long ago, a span of more than 2 millennia, the kings of Drinax ruled over the domain, guarding their vassals' worlds from invaders and pirates. For most of their reign, the kings were wise and well-loved. It was only around the year 700, under a disastrous reign of Glaco IX, called the Vengeful, when Drinax started using the old tactics of Sindal and bombed their vassals to keep them in line. The kingdom became increasingly unruly in the face of the growing Aslan threat, and the outer worlds broke away from the cruel yoke of the kings. Matters came to a head in 884 when King Olib XIV placed a tax of 20% on all trade between the Third Imperium and the Aslan Hirate. Basically, if trade traveled through his kingdom, he was putting a huge tax. 20% is a lot, especially when they're not the ones having anything to do with the trade, right? They're just an area but that it's traveling through. The Aslan response was swift, deadly, and all too fitting for the descendants of Sindal. They bombed Drinax from orbit. Okay, so basically the Aslan got pissed off that the kingdom of Drinax, because the Aslan, not only did they traded back and forth with the Empire. And they just got mad and blew him to Kingdom Come. All right. That was the last of my little intro. Got this little cough going on. Okay. Let's do a little recap. What was going on last week?
Well, there's a contact named Eneri who claims that he has something good for us on Marduk.
Okay, so it just bear with me. It's Enery.
Eneri.
There you go. Like
Honor-
like energy, but yeah, it's Enery.
Eneri.
Enery.
Post jump, we find out that our drive is malfunctioning and we need a replacement part.
That is correct. Yep.
The Marduk High Port seems to be owned by GDCO.
GDCO, yep.
Um,
General Development Company.
and there's a whole list of bands, and none of us are very well armed, it would seem.
That's right. That's right.
We learned that Kirsch is like a broken dog. I wrote that down because it made me sad.
Yeah, that is correct.
And we are taking a transport vessel from the high port to the low port and stuff that.
That is also correct. That's a good recap. You've touched on almost everything. You noticed that there was a defense vessel in orbit near the high port, a system defense boat actually, and there is a number of missile batteries on the high port itself. And you also notice that there wasn't a whole lot of traffic currently in port. I mean, there's probably a little, maybe one or two ships, but not like you would expect, right? But also Marduk is actually kind of off the trade path. He's kind of off the, so you wouldn't expect there to be a lot of business here, but yeah, there's just not. And it's not a super high-tech world, so you wouldn't expect people to come here in trying to buy high-tech items, but they might come here to get some like agricultural stuff or what have you. Looking at the Marduk UWP list, it is a... trying to get to the trade classifications right there about non-industrial pre-agriculture. So they wouldn't have farms, you know. Well, they might have like your own personal home might have its own personal crop, but it's not like mass produced, you know, not like we have in the US, you know, or elsewhere in the world where we just have huge fields of grain that we harvest and sell, you know, to feed the planet. No, it's just individual farmsteads and stuff like that. Okay, so you guys are on a ship, a little shuttle actually. I think it is under Marduk.
Isn't the Pandrisha or something?
The name of the ship, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that sounds very familiar actually. Systems.
There's the passenger shuttle card that's under Marduk.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get to the map. There we go. That should get you to the map where the shuttle is, and you are being tossed about in your cabin because the pilots are trying to dodge and trying not to hit anything, or I'm sorry, they're trying not to get hit by anything. And so...
Yeah, because they're taking incoming fire.
They're taking incoming fire, and I actually had this prepared last week and never keyed it up. So I'm going to key it up today. day. That ain't it.
Ooh. It's raining in 0G.
I know, right? Yeah, that sounds a little bit better. But, yeah, so where are we? That's the question. You had just received a voice message from the bridge, the cockpit, saying, we're under attack. There are a lot of Did I grab the wrong module? I did. Hang on. Wrong. Ah, there we go. So I can repeat myself. There are also 3 NPCs or other passengers in your cabin with you. They all look like they're locals or have been here before, except there is a Varger. He looks like a businessman. There is another businessman that looks like before the fight started, he was extremely nervous and always looking around at every little creak and bump and, the stress in the metal. And then now that the ship is flailing about and dodging and stuff, he is very centered. He's sitting in his chair, hands gripping the hand, the hand rests, and donuts are flying around him because, he had some donuts. And then you got a message from the bridge or the cockpit saying, Starport under attack, many ships, maybe from Ogma, strap in, will get you down safe. After a moment, the pilot adds, strap in now, missile alert, and then the shuttle begins to evade violently. Okay, a little bit before that, it's already been evading violently, but and some of you got injured getting thrashed around. Not much, maybe like 1 point or something like that. So you guys aren't too far down, and yeah, so the ship's like all over the place. It took a serious dive. And they said missile alert. And then what would you guys like to do? I'm not saying there is anything to do. I'm just saying if you want to get up and try to walk around while the ship is flying all over the place, you can. Or if you've got, if you want to put your head between your knees and kiss your ass goodbye, you can do that. Does anybody have
like to curse loudly?
Okay, so so you're out there going, using the F word or
No, he doesn't actually swear. He just curses them.
Curses
those devils trying to shoot him down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that's right. They're along the walls. You had these monitors that acted like your viewport to the outside universe, and those have all gone black. So you haven't really seen what's going on outside, but you can feel the shuttle, the inertial compensators that are built into this compartment that would normally make a normal flight like this very comfortable. It's only compensating partially to the violent actions because you guys must be pulling many G's, putting a pretty stress, putting this shuttle to the test, kind of thing.
Faustus is gonna put his arms up and it's gonna be like, woo! Like it's a roller coaster.
What's the plan, Cap?
Okay.
Tomlin! Okay. Tomlin, get to the cockpit. Doubtless they need your assistance. Everyone else strap in and be ready to fight on landing.
If you have pilot skill or naval experience, you are grudgingly impressed by the performance that the pilots put on. You're like, okay, they're competent. They're not, they're nobody's slouch.
Okay, so doubtless they need your assistance.
If
Yeah,
if anyone gets up, you'll be standing on the roof and you'll be bounced off the walls. It's good if you want to undo your buckles, you can, and I will allow it.
I don't think I can do any better than they are, Captain.
Wait, really?
Really?
Gabe would like to pull out his communicator and try and contact the Kestrel.
Okay. Okay, so you pull it out. Make a. This is nothing special. You don't have to make any die rolls or anything, because you have the frequency and the and everything else. So go ahead. What would you say into your communicator?
Shuttle under attack. We are. I'm not quite sure where we are, but we are going down. Please try and track transmission.
Okay. What is the range of your communicator?
I'm going to have to look it up, but I think it's 2,500 K.
2,500?
Yeah. Look. Hold on.
2,500,000?
No. The 2,500.
Okay, because you said 2,500 K. So
Kilometers.
25 kilometers?
No, 2,500 kilometers.
Okay, so it is 2,500 K. Yeah, so make a. This is going to require a roll. Make a comms check if you have the skill. If you don't, still make it, just with -3. It's electronics communications.
Yep. Okay. Comms. Cool. Okay. One.
How many kilograms is that communicator?
Let me get on inventory. I know it's in there.
Ah, 666. Nice. Okay, so you get on, and this isn't a roll to make the communication. This was a roll to realize that you are being jammed.
Oh, yeah, it's 1 kilogram.
Yeah, so you're carrying around a 40-ounce bottle. It's not just like a little handheld Star Trek communicator. This is a big walkie-talkie kind of thing, right, that you are carrying.
Actually, it's my computer. They said that when I bought it, it said underneath that it could come with comms free of charge.
Okay, so it's your laptop kind of thing, or is it a computer
Yes.
that you have? Okay, so yeah, so you got your laptop out there and you're typing away and trying to establish communications, and you realize that you are being jammed.
Okay, I will call out, and yeah, I'm pretty much done with what I want to do.
Okay, so everyone can see and hear him doing this. So you don't have to ask him or whatever. Okay, so you hear a message over the intercom that says, Okay, the first one's dodged. Okay, 2 more inbound.
I look at Tomlin and I say, first one.
Yeah, that's usually how they work. 3 to 4.
Okay, I make sure my tray table is up and my seat is not reclined.
Right,
I'm mentally
right.
preparing myself for ground contact and going right into middle of a fray.
He goes,
I
okay,
would
we
like
lost the second one. It didn't even lock. And here comes the third, and then you hear an explosion. Kaboom! It's in the back, obviously. And you hear air rushing around inside the compartment you're in. There is a breach somewhere. Just glancing over your shoulder to the rear, you can see that a good chunk of, here, let me kind of draw freehand. Somewhere in this area, the missile probably hit. Okay, so there is quite a bit of debris and air coming through, but also there's like a hole in the hull, so you can see out and you can see the dark blue sky. It's kind of like dusk or dawn, that dark blue sky that you get. Okay, but you don't know which because you don't really know where you're at. Okay,
Just looks over to their left and just looks right out and be like, cool.
Looks like a job for the engineer.
and you can see that the shuttle is over the ocean, losing height fast.
Guys, I don't want to break it out here. I don't swim too good.
Yeah, I'm from a desert planet. I have no clue how to swim.
Swimming's
Prepare for water insertion.
Uh-oh. My rebreather is on the ship because it was too heavy.
I do not take off my mask, so yeah.
I put my mask on.
Okay, the bridge goes ominously silent. Mainly, they're just not talking over the radio. But you can tell the shuttle is still under control as it levels out and streaks towards a coast.
Okay.
I actually am putting my mask on because that depressurization, the air concentrator, not the filter mask. What is it? The
breather mask?
Yeah, the breather mask part.
Yeah,
Might be important.
That's why my character has the picture of the mask on. That's what he always has on.
I think I would whip mine out too, because doesn't Arctic also have a tainted atmosphere, if I remember the UWP correctly? Or am
You
I
might
crazy?
be correct.
Okay, yeah. So there's a hole. I put it on.
I brought my breathing mask too.
And those of you that didn't. Remember, one of my primary rules is there's no backsies. Okay, so if you didn't bring it, you'll be holding your breath or breathing in
right.
the tainted atmosphere.
I'll be whipping on my breather mask then.
Namesies.
Okay, well, there's no need for that right now, because you got all these little orange things fall from the ceiling.
Okay.
So if you want to put one of those on, you can.
Adjust your mask before helping anybody else with base.
That's right. But you're low enough in the atmosphere that it's not a pressure problem where somebody's going to get sucked out the door or out the wall or whatever. You don't have to worry about that. You guys are low enough and getting lower over the wall. You can see the waves as the shuttle is getting closer and closer to the coast and the water. So you don't know if it's going to make it to the coast. But there is a large landmass ahead. Looks like it'll offer the pilots a chance for an emergency landing. The shuttle is in daylight at present, but the coast comes closer and it's obvious that you're rushing towards darkness. Yeah, like it's the further forward that you can see, the more dark it gets.
I think we've gone from Pirates of Drinax to Lost.
Gabe, you are the one with your computer trying to establish contact, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Something pops up on your device. It looks like it is a variety of different signals that are coming from a variety of different sources. And you're going through with that excellent roll. You're going through them trying to like make heads or tails of what you're hearing and seeing. The channels are swamped. Yeah, it's not like it's trying to be jammed. It's just that there's probably everybody's trying to talk at the same time. Okay, so there are emergency frequencies or things like that where you could establish like a distress call or something like that. And you can tell that the shuttle's not broadcasting any kind of Mayday or signal GK or anything like that.
If we are being jammed, do I have confidence that a panic button would actually go anywhere?
No, you don't have confidence.
Since I'm listening to this, can I get any kind of idea of whom is attacking? Is there any kind of identifiers that people are calling back and forth to one another?
Okay. Trying to piece it out. You can tell that there is an attack underway. Multiple ships, probably in the neighborhood of 20, that's a lot, FYI. And it looks like the focus is not the orbital spaceport. It's kind of like the ground, the down port. But that's pretty much it. And they can't identify the raiders. Some people think they're Aslan. Another person says they're humans from Ogma. Somebody says, that it could be the Empire. It could be. Nobody knows. Everybody's making up stuff. Okay, so while you're doing that, and while everybody else is kind of making themselves comfortable with masks or trying to prepare themselves for the inevitable touchdown, the shuttle's flight is extremely erratic as it crosses the coast. And by the time it is a few minutes inland, it is barely under control. It's mainly because one of the wings was probably almost blown off. And it doesn't appear to be under power. But you can tell that the pilots are doing their best. There is a controlled crash the shuttle skids along, across the ground, creating a deep furrow, and then it fetches up against some rocky obstruction with a horrible crash. Okay, so you hit the dirt, you're sliding along, you can see dirt flying and grass and rocks and everything else flying up, and then you're making this long ditch, and then all of a sudden the shuttle kind of stops like immediately, and the back end of the ship kind of pops up a little bit and then lands down. So it's bonk. It comes to rest at an angle, and the power is failing. It looks like it might only be batteries powering, the emergency lighting. The main lights are off. And then all of a sudden you hear the doors go pop, and the doors just fly off. And then you hear some air slide appear outside. And so there could be a way out the main doors, or you can go out the wreckage. Power dies completely. But you're alive, intact, for now. Okay, what I mean by that is, whoever was chasing you or fired the missiles might be coming in to finish the job. If there is a serious situation going on this planet, then they might or might not want what you have. Okay, it will be getting dark soon. The air outside is damp and cold, but entirely breathable. You know that you are far from the starport, and there's a battle going on. You do not know who won, and you do not know for certain that someone, or who that someone that shot the shuttle down. Okay, so Karen, what a name. Karen says, damn Ogma Raiders, damn, man, I'm with you, man. And he talking to you, that's cursing. She's just cursing right along with you. Yeah. Ogma, man, they raid us all the time. I don't know why anybody would even, why we don't have better security and blah, 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 blah. She's just pissed.
Yeah. The devil would shoot us down like this.
I know.
Impudent dog.
Damn.
Help me check the pilots. We crashed into something. Faustus,
Okay,
evacuate the ship.
you can, I don't know why I just drew that line. You can, I'm going to erase my lines. Hang on. Okay, so that is no longer a ramp. It's a one of those flexible slides, but it's sticking up in the air because the shuttle is turned on the side, and when it came out, it went. So it's not really worth. But I would like to adjust this map if I can. Let me go to the map layer. Let me click on this and whoops.
And now we're in space.
And now now you're in space. I don't know what I'm doing here. Hang on. I'm on the right map. Okay. Maybe it wasn't the map layer. I could have swore it was.
Ooh.
Right, I'm on the right layer. Okay. But for some reason, I see the problem. All right. There we are.
Yeah, there you go. As soon as the ship stops, I'd like to jump up and whip out my medical supplies, see if anybody's injured.
Okay, yeah, no, that's perfect. There are a couple of people that are injured. And you can hear the gentle pitter-patter of rain.
I make for the cockpit with my med kit. We crashed into something, so pilots might be hurt.
Strix would go with him to, he's not very good at medicine, but if he needs someone to help with the door or something, he can probably.
Okay, move your tokens to where you think you would like to go.
The hole should be somewhere in like that sort of area, right?
Yes. It's jagged. It's not safe to transition through there. But yes, you can look out.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I want to look at. If I understand correctly, the plane is kind of canted, the shuttle is kind of canted so that side would be more towards the ground than the other side.
That's correct. That's correct.
So I want to get an idea of, like, worst case scenario, what kind of a drop are we looking at if we have to hop out? Does the wing look navigable? That sort of.
There's not really a wing over there.
Oh.
And if you climb through the hole, you're going to be making rolls to not get cut.
Wasn't the back here a cargo bay? Does that have a cargo door in it?
I believe so. You've never been there.
I'm going to start shuttling people out as the ones that are able to go and securing the area as best I can.
With the low power, did the irises open, or are they able to open?
Yes, the irises are open.
Okay, Gabe wants to start looking for cabinets, doors, anything marked medical supplies, emergency equipment, or just equipment.
Move your token to where you're looking. That's the question.
We'll start up here. These look like a couple areas right up here.
Okay, that's the toilet.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, that's
Steal the toilet paper.
Yeah, that's the. Okay, grab a toilet roll.
Good idea.
Put it on your inventory. It's weightless. It's weightless. Don't worry about it.
Is there anybody in the main passenger area that seems to be injured? That's where I would move.
Well, there are two people that have taken 1 hit point each. And if you would like to do some first aid on them, they need to present themselves to you, I suppose?
Oh, I was one of them.
Okay, so do you want to do some first aid on yourself?
Yeah. How do you do that?
Okay, here we go. Now we're jumping into something else, which is a good thing. Let me find the rules for that. Nope. It wouldn't be under equipment. It is personal combat, healing, and first aid. There we go. First aid. Applying first aid restores a number of characteristics points equal to the effect of the medical check. So, do you have a med kit?
Yeah.
Does it give you a plus?
Just +1.
What do you mean just +1? That's a plus.
Yes, +1.
Okay, so you make a med check plus education plus the med kit modifier, and let's see what you get. 13. The target number was 8. So if you were applying first aid to someone, you would have given them 5 hit points back, basically, to their
God.
to their endurance. So you give yourself 1 point because that's all you took, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's healed. Points
About how
restored
much-
by first aid are divided by any desired. Basically, you, the doctor, can decide where the points get restored at. And you can only do that once per injury.
And about how much time does it take usually?
Not long.
Okay.
First aid is usually an action, which is like 10 seconds.
All right. So after I finish that, I'd like to treat the other guy.
Yeah, this is not surgery. This is just throwing a bandage on or giving you an injection, to restore your endurance.
Take salt tablet.
Yeah, exactly. Just here, a
Put some
Motrin,
ice
a
on it.
Motrin and some dirt, rub it in the
Oh
wound.
God.
Hey, some of us have been in the Army. Okay, so who else was injured? The NPCs
was.
have not been, they did not fail their roles, so they were not injured.
I
Just-
was, but I was also helping the captain get into the cabin at the moment.
Okay, so if you do not apply first aid within the first minute of injury, then you can't.
All right. I'll run up. I'll run up and see he's making his way towards the front. I'm gonna see like a scrape or a bruise or whatever. I'm gonna say, hey, what's James? What's the name again?
Hover your mouse over his
Tom.
token, and it will tell you.
Tomlin. Okay. Tomlin. I think they've got it handled. Let me treat that for you real quick.
Those doors are open, so there's no reason to. Okay, I believe they're open. So let me make sure they're open, because this part of the adventure is called taking stock. Just so you know. Now, okay, this would be a perfect time to switch to the shuttle crash. I renamed it that because it is raining, and it is literally raining outside. So,
Lucky.
taking stock, right? It's obvious that it's going to be getting dark soon. Karen's bitching and complaining and won't stop.
As Karen's do.
The passenger and cargo sections are damaged but structurally intact, just without power. The drive section was holed with fragments, heavily damaged, but could yield salvage. Okay, Yep, you can get into the bridge. Door's open. Yep, and I assume the two in the back are trying to get through the passenger lounge into the cargo hold.
Yeah. If there's
Yeah.
nothing out, if there's no possibility of jumping out, I'm going to go with Gabe to see if he needs any help.
Okay. Yep. There is a possibility of jumping out. I'm just saying you're going to be trying to
The same
avoid.
possibility. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if you want to go through this area, once you get into this area, you can. And you probably weren't noticing it the first time you went and grabbed donuts and coffee or whatever, but there are side doors that are now open, and it does say emergency supplies.
Oh yeah, gonna raid that.
Okay, so we'll get to that in just a minute. When you open the bridge, the cockpit door, That's about as far as you can go, because let me get back to my drawing tool. And I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so probably because I did that. Okay, give me a second. Let me redraw this. Yeah, it defaulted to that. Okay. Huh. I'm gonna have to turn that around. Okay, so that is, this entire front section has been compressed into a wall that goes across right there.
Rip bozos.
Poor devils.
Any meat chunks?
Yeah, there is an unpleasant business. It yields a few small items that can be quickly grabbed, such as a bridge snack. There's a couple of bottles of water.
Lotus biscuits.
Are they clean?
They're opened and have been drank out of, but yeah, I don't. They look
Are
like
they covered in bits of pilots? Is more of the.
no. They were just thrown about the cockpit and they're laying on the ground back there. There is a couple of parts of bodies. Just, they're obviously gone, right? And when you get ready to, you grab the water and you're getting like, okay, well, that's really all there is here. When you turn around to leave, you see that there is a shotgun over the door.
Og. I look at Strix.
It
look at the
is
shotgun.
It is loaded, and there are 6 shells in a. It's loaded, and there's 6 additional shells attached to the sling.
Strix grabs that. Absolutely. And
Hey,
slings it over
Strix.
the shoulder.
There is a very small first aid pack. The small first aid pack, it's basically like a couple of Band-Aids, maybe a gauze wrap. It basically just allows a medical roll without any modifiers. No
Speaking
plus,
of which,
no plus, no minus.
Tomlin, do you want some treatment?
Yeah.
Okay, give
I
him
thought we'd
give
already-
him
yeah, done that.
give
I
him
never
a
rolled
medical
for it.
roll.
Come on, Snake Eyes. Oh,
Okay, he gets 1 point back,
Sweet.
which is all you lost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got him back up to good. Now just imagine if you rolled like a 6.
Would that hurt
Does that
him?
mean he accidentally stabbed me in the eye with a needle or something?
It's less than 8.
Ah, okay. Well, I've got +4 total, so that would be Snake Eyes.
Yeah. All right, so Gabe and Maury, you both find a No, you don't. You find a fairly large pack. It's like a duffel bag, and it says emergency on the side of it.
Open it up.
Okay. You find 12 backpacks full of things. Let me find my handout for this item. I might have put it under Marduk, because I knew you were going to need it.
While you're looking that up, well, once I get outside with everybody, can I set up my tent?
Oh, we're not outside yet, my friend.
You want to set up a tent here so that someone that's coming will be able to find you much easier?
No, I was gonna set it up and put brush over it so it will help cover us. It's about to become dark.
Oh, yeah. But it's also about to become a very hostile area.
Yes, we need to get away from the ship
Yeah, you don't know who's coming.
and into a cave or something defensible.
I figured it would be under equipment, but it's not. Okay, maybe it's here. Survival gear? No. This is important because it's got 12 survival kits basically inside of it. I might have put it in a library data, but I don't think I... What? What am I doing? Okay.
Was it a personal survival kit?
No.
Oh,
It is the shuttle survival kit. Okay.
shuttle.
Yeah, it's the survival kit that keeps the shuttle alive. There you go. I don't know. Can
Oh
you
my
guys...
goodness.
Woo.
Yay, guns.
Well, there's a gun.
Oh, yeah. Gonna hand the rifle and the rounds to dude and say, give it to somebody in our group that can use it.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to it.
Oh,
I have 2 guns.
a personal survival kit is something I wanted to get anyways, so that's cool.
So there's the stats for the rifle and the hatchet. If you want to pass that out to someone. But in addition to the rifle, there's also a field medical kit, but there's 12 personal survival kits. And each of those have what's at the bottom.
Ah, I thought there were 12 guns. My bad.
No, there's
If
one
I-
rifle and 50 rounds, and yeah.
If I may, gentlemen, I am a tier 2 gunslinger with slugs, but I cannot handle a shotgun without a gyroscope.
I'm a tier 3 gunslinger with slugs.
I mean, Strix would probably... I have many guns on me already, so Strix would hand you one of his revolvers as he's coming out of the... Because he has a new gun, so he'd be checking to see if anyone else needs to be armed up.
I would
As
need
it
to
were.
be.
I could use something defensible as well.
I'll hand off. I have a stub gun or a snub gun I can hand
And
off.
I'm also a tier 3 slugger.
I also have gun combat.
I have 2 revolvers. Who wants them?
I'll take a revolver.
Hands Captain Revolver, and
I'll take one, I guess. Sure.
hands
That'd be
Shacker
s-
Revolver.
That'd be
Why is
swag.
I got blades, I guess. It'll be fine.
I can hand you a snub pistol. I've got mine on me.
Yeah, the shuttle survival kit is large and bulky. It's designed, it's deployed by dragging it out and configured to be dragged on its cords away from the distressed vessel. The kit is quite ingenious, consisting of several personal kits, which can be taken out and used as well as shared. The container is a tough bag, which can be used as a life raft, which you don't have to worry about that. And you can inflate its frame, allowing it to create a shelter. And there's a lot of cartoon-like cards in the kit explaining how to use everything.
Yeah, give me a hand pulling this out into the main cabin, and we'll start chucking out backpacks to everyone.
Yep, I especially agree.
And Karen says, "What about the pilots?"
They didn't make it.
Or he just laughs.
Are they? Are you
we
mean
crashed.
they? Well, we need to bury them or something. It's common decency.
Is there a
Yes.
shovel?
But we may have to come back for them.
You got a
whoever
hatchet.
shut us down is going to be coming for survivors. We can't be here, but we will be able to find them still later.
If I may suggest something, Captain,
Yes.
is there still hydrogen in the tanks here?
Everyone clear away. It's
You
going to go
mean-
boom.
You mean liquid hydrogen? No, the liquid hydrogen isn't explosive.
Well, is it flammable? Because we could just set the shuttle on fire and make it look like we all died.
Well, the shuttle is already on fire.
Oh, let's get
It's
the hell out of here.
burning. It's burning. There's a bright flame. Hopefully, you saw the picture
flames will bury
that
them.
Yeah,
I presented.
yeah, pirate.
Yeah, I think everyone grabs, like, I just start handing out one of the mini supply kit or the survival kits to everyone out of the big one.
Okay. The NPCs each take one.
I'll take a survival kit, what's left over, and I just need the stats from the pistol.
Oh, it's just the snub pistol from the combat handout.
Okay.
I think it has a laser sight on it.
Same business for my revolver, and also one of them has a laser sight on it.
Okay. Oh, it's got a laser sight?
Yeah, mine does
only,
too.
yeah, only one of them for mine.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Your revolver has a laser sight.
Yeah.
I love that.
I need to shoot people good sometimes. And I
And
don't-
if you want to convert those like effective ranges, I should have a thing called weapon stats or something. That might be under combat.
I
do.
just typed out what the snub pistol has so you can get that, Faust.
Yeah, and then it gives you the actual squares, if you care, that give you the +1, +0, -2, or -4. How big the mags are and stuff. Okay.
So out of all the survival gear, am I just adding what am I adding to my sheet? What am I taking?
Personal survival kit, a combiner, another breather mask if you want, the combination one. And we'll probably have to split up all that food and water and lanterns.
Yeah, for now we just put the stuff that's like set of 12, and then the rest will be hucking out the door as the shuttle's burning down, so we can.
Yeah,
can
each
sort it later.
personal survival kit contains that. Yeah, and your backpack, the bottom of the emergency survival backpack rolls up when you load it up, but when you empty it out, you can actually unroll it and sleep inside of it.
Cool.
Yeah, the backpack
Yay, baby
is.
packs.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Got one of those behind me.
You got some like chem lights. You got a flashlight, blanket, poncho. Got some rations, a water bottle, a compass. You have a light cord, which is kind of like 550 cord. You got a mirror for signaling and purification tablets if the water's poisonous or what have you. Yeah. Fire starting equipment. Now there are 12 combination masks, which you need on this planet. It's not really cold weather, so you don't have to take that. That's kind of bulky and heavy, so if you don't want to carry that extra load, you don't necessarily need it. It doesn't you seem to be in a very temperate, very comfortable climate. It's just raining.
So I think what we want to do is have someone take the water purification kit, split up the cold light lanterns and the water storage containers, and then just split up the field rations. I don't think anyone who doesn't have a combi mask should bring one. Everything else the rest of the cold water gear and combi masks can just get left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so has everybody got what you've got? Is everybody settled?
Yep.
Who's carrying the water storage stuff though?
Is it heavy?
Probably.
Not me.
Yeah, water alone can be very heavy.
How do you do carry weight in Traveler?
What do you
your
mean?
Strength plus your endurance is how much you can carry?
You're talking about encumbrance?
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't carry anything that's unreasonably heavy.
Okay.
You'll be all right.
Then I guess I'll carry one.
I'll only enforce it when you start carrying, like I want to carry 3 backpacks and 2 sets of armor and 3 guns, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, if we're splitting this all up evenly, then we're probably fine.
Yeah. And you can actually put your extra stuff in the bag, and it can be a drag bag. You can, the main thing can be, just used as like an Akio sled or whatever behind you as you walk. It'll slow you down a little bit, but that's okay. You can do it, or a couple of people can carry it.
I don't have one of the long guns, so I'll carry a lantern and a bulk storage container. Because it's probably empty, it's just bulky.
Right.
I'm gonna Shanghai some of the random NPCs to also carry the bulk water storage stuff, because they don't have guns and they probably aren't going to need their hands that much.
Okay.
Make sure they know how to... I'll help make sure they know how to put on the masks.
Yeah.
I'd like to open up the survival manual and see if there's any big red warnings that are like obvious to Marduk. The manual that's in the personal survival kit.
Right. It's kind of like a generic, not planet specific, but you can see that. Karen here is not wearing a mask.
Yeah, I'll take one of the 12 masks and tell Karen, hey, if you value the cleanliness inside your lungs, you should probably put this on.
I was born and raised on this planet.
Oh.
We can't force her.
Very well.
I think she's used to it.
Right.
Gabe, after we hand out all this stuff, Gabe wants to go over to the hole in the side of the ship, kind of hang out the side and look up. Is anybody approaching?
It's a night sky. It's beautiful. Looking up, you see flashes of light in the sky. Like in orbit. You can see explosions happening up in the outside the atmosphere. You see a variety of different like light shows and stuff. Little lasers flying through the air and stuff.
So the emergency escape slide is kind of pointing up, right? Because it's
It is.
tilted.
Yeah, but it's if you jump on it, it's gonna bend.
It's going to fall down. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm thinking maybe we dump. Like, we're not planning on taking the cold weather gear, and we're not planning on taking 10 extra combination masks. Maybe we should bring 1 or 2 in case someone gets damaged, but otherwise we don't worry about it too much. Maybe we just load everything into the big kit, and like Derek said, we can use it as a drag bag, and we just throw that out first to weigh down the slide, so that the first person going down doesn't have the chance of getting sprung off into the middle of nowhere, because getting flung off one of those slides sucks.
Right.
This has
Yeah,
spoken
so-
from experience.
Yeah, I've gone down a couple of them.
So yeah,
we're
you
leaving
can
the
you
ship.
can do that if you'd like.
We're leaving the ship. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I think someone's going to be coming looking for it, but
I think at the very least, getting the gear out so that we don't have to worry about getting it out in a hurry if we have to leave in a hurry is a good move.
Yeah.
And it also lets us get at least 1 or 2 people on the ground so they can do the same thing you're trying to do and like keep an eye on the sky to make sure we don't get ambushed.
Gabe, you can make a recon roll.
oh, I think I actually have that. Hold on.
How
That's
dark
important.
is it when we do step out? Like, is our eyes that have to adjust, or is it still bright enough?
It's dark. It's dark. It's after.
Okay.
The sun's gone down.
Okay,
Then I'll use my enhanced vision with light intensifiers and infrared.
Absolutely. Yeah, I should have your token set that you will be able to see even when I turn off all the lights.
Do I see?
I've given you
do
night
I
vision.
see the-
Same for me on that one.
Yep.
Same
did.
here as well.
Are we able to see?
Wait,
like,
there's only
the
2 people
object?
with eyes.
Oh, I have light intensifier goggles, the kit set that I always carry with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you brought that with you?
Yep, it's on my list and it's carried.
Okay,
I've got
perfect.
binoculars, but that doesn't
Yeah.
help at night very much.
Right. Okay, but the you got NVGs. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I've got magic eyes.
Yeah, he's got cybernetics. Yeah.
Oh wait, the TL8 binoculars do have light intensification, so I can use them in the dark.
Well,
But they're
you
still-
have to hold them up.
Yeah,
So you're
I
walking
would
around
have
with
to
your.
hold them up.
And they're still magnified.
That would be zoomed, yeah.
But it's great for scouting. Or watching for ships.
But you don't have to worry about that. It's like it's dark out, but it's not like pitch black. You've got, it's you can still make your way in the dark. It's not. Yeah, even though it's raining and it's it's dark out, you can still make your way. Okay, Gabe, you rolled a 5, which means exactly what I told you before. You see
No
the
worries.
laser light show and the explosions up in the atmosphere or outside the atmosphere. It looks like there's a battle going on. You've been around the block. You know when there's a space battle and you're looking at it from a planetary surface. You know what it looks like, and that's what's going on.
With the thermals, are we able to see like the tracer fire and stuff?
Without thermals, you should be able to see tracer fire, but no, you're talking about what are you talking about?
Seeing the battle from the spaceport.
Everybody can see that.
Okay.
Yeah. It's definitely everybody can see it if you look. All right, so you throw the bag out.
Yeah.
Okay. As you do that, Karen's like, "I'm putting my foot down. We gotta bury these pilots."
All right, Karen. All right. How about you join me in the cockpit and we'll do it together?
Okay.
I'll head up.
Well, it's blocked. There's a couple of
Oh.
people standing in the doorway.
Oh.
I was doing theater of the mind.
Okay, when she goes up there, she throws up.
All right, Karen. You grab this
She-
one. I'll grab that one. Oh, wait, that's just
Um,
an arm.
Never mind.
It's just an arm, Karen.
Never mind.
Here, I'll grab the arm.
No, I'll let the rescue crews deal with it.
As she's running back through the center column, I'm gonna yell, "Do you need a bucket?"
I put my hand on her on her shoulder and I say, "We will come back for them. They deserve respect."
Thank
While I am
you.
here,
Thank you.
are there any badges or dog tags or anything in this mutilated mess?
Give me a recon roll.
Ooh. Okay. Let's see. Don't think I'm trained, but could still work. You'd think as a scout. Yeah, I'm not trained.
You would think.
See, I thought about looking for a gun, but not that.
Nope, you don't find anything super special that everyone missed.
Okay.
I'm just playing. You glance around. There's no real dog. There might be. They're not in the military. They don't wear dog tags. They had name.
Sure.
Well, first of all, you never met them and you never saw them before the flight. So,
Yeah.
but you probably think that they had names on their uniforms, and that was about it, or maybe a wallet. But you don't see any of that. All you see is a couple
they were
of.
already dead before we took off.
Maybe they were animated. Yeah. Or this was a remote control plane. All right, so you throw the bag out. It's heavy enough weight that it kind of brings the thing down. It's not so rigid that it would throw anybody anywhere. It's kind of flimsy, actually. All right.
Yeah.
So I
Dave
assume
is
everybody.
exiting the
I
ship.
assume everybody bails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Gabe, are you coming too?
Oh yeah, Gabe is exiting the ship.
Okay. Okay. What would everybody like to do as you exit and you get away from the bright light of the fire?
I would like to remind the captain that he asked me to be inside that horror show that is the cockpit.
Yes, and isn't it good that you were shown up?
I mean, he has a point.
Somebody's got binoculars. Let's take a look, see if they can see any lights, any signs of settlements out there.
Yeah. Can I
Who's a
climb?
navigator?
Oh, I can navigate, I believe.
Okay.
Planetary
Um,
navigation.
Yes.
See if you can pull up some kind of map for the planet. Use your compass and triangulate.
Okay, so
Shit works.
you're basically just trying to like get your bearings and stuff like that. So, before we do the navigation check, I want Binocular Man to roll your recon skill, but you get your modifier from the binoculars.
My modifier from my binoculars is what?
Yeah, it's on the equipment
it
list.
says,
What does it say?
It says electronic enhancement allows images to be captured. Binoculars allow the user to see further.
Yep.
Light intensification allows them to be used in the dark.
Okay.
That's all I saw.
All right, that sounds right. So no plus, just roll.
Okay. My base -3. I should get recon training at some point.
We'll talk about that in just a minute.
Ugh.
You're like trying to figure out how to turn it on. You're like,
I'm
wait,
on my.
I have, wait, did I even
Put 'em on
charge the
backwards.
batteries?
How'd you get a 2 + 3 + 3 and it ends up rolling a
No,
2?
-3.
-3.
Oh, that's a -3. Oh,
It's a
yeah.
plus -3.
Try and well, I don't want to metagame it and say give it to somebody who's got a good recon, but shit.
He saw
We do
these
have
really
level
cool
reviews.
binoculars in the spaceport shop, and
No.
he said, "I can be the scout."
Does
The
anybody
reason I have
does
these
anybody have
binoculars-
does anybody have land navigation? It's just
I
called
do.
it's just called navigation. It's not called land navigation. Does anybody have navigation?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Does anybody want to help him with any other skill?
Yes, I would. So, I don't know if this would be in effect on this planet.
Okay.
terrestrially, most radios, especially sat radios that have longer range, have an ability to act as a crude GPS. Maybe not like, you know, 1.5 meter accuracy, but usually you can get an idea of roughly where you are. I have a 500 kilometer high-tech level radio and a mobile comp that links to it that acts as a computer. Could I use my either computer or comm skill to try and get an idea of where we're located so I can help him narrow down the starting search grid?
Yes. Only because it's computerized. I mean, without that, you would just have no idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can make a electronic computer roll.
Okay.
If you want, and this is to add or subtract from his navigation skill.
Yeah. Everyone okay if I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a backup.
While I start looking around to find my bearings, I want to say, yeah, these binoculars are for scouting out interesting aliens, not really for anything more.
All right, Jack. So you're looking around, and he's like, I think this might help. You know, you should look in this direction because I think we're located here because of the way we were flying from the light to the dark, and you know, you went over a bunch of islands, and we might be here, that kind of stuff. And so you glance around, and with that 9, it actually brought you down to 8 because he was kind of confusing you a little bit with some, you know, look here, and you're like, wait, what does that have to do with anything? But an 8 is still good. You can see and hear a ship above you.
Aha!
Okay, so the ship, it's far. I mean, it is many kilometers above you. And you see this little dot, but luckily with your binoculars, you zoom in, you can see it's probably about a 400-ton ship. And it is circling in a way that you don't know why it would be circling, but it appears to be descending towards the crash site.
Captain,
Yes.
we got a vulture.
Yes.
Any idea from that description of how long it'll actually take to hit landfall?
Okay, that is a good question.
Could a pilot find that out?
Yeah.
I vote we dip immediately.
Yeah, so if you, okay, give me a piloting roll, or a piloting and a flyer roll. It can be flyer or piloting.
Can anyone attempt?
Any one person can attempt.
Oh, okay.
Somebody can assist with a different skill. So if one person has flyer and another person has piloting, you can try to help them. But sometimes help is actually a minus.
Right.
As we've
I
seen.
think plus 3 to pilot.
Can I help with an M drive check? Is
No,
that the engines
no.
and how they work?
No, it's a flight thing. It's not. No, it wouldn't be
I,
M-drive.
I could assist with flyer.
Okay. That's between you and the
someone wants
roll.
to
It's
make a
between
pilot.
you and whoever's making the roll.
If you
Come on,
want.
Tomlin.
Yes,
Big pilot boy.
Yeah.
How,
Are
how,
you
how
helping
long?
me?
Yeah, Captain Tomlin, go for it.
Are you helping me? If you're helping me,
Yes.
you have to roll first.
That's
Oh,
right.
okay.
Helper rolls first to
Sorry.
give the other guy a plus
Oh, well, I
Or-
gave
or-
you a -2.
or a -2.
Okay.
It sounds like it's coming in
Actually,
fast.
hold on. That 6 is not a -2. It's a -1.
Oh,
Oh, good.
Yeah. Missing it by 3 to 5 is a -2. Missing it by 6 is a -3.
All right, so James actually rolled an 8 then.
Yeah, and that's all we needed. It looks like it's going to take about 30 minutes.
Should be here about half an hour.
Right. It is, and everybody's now able to kind of look up now that it's been pointed out. Shaq pointed it out and everything. You're all able to see it. It looks like a 400-ton. It's not a
boat?
no. It's not a design you've ever seen before. It looks foreign.
we need
you
to
gotta-
not be here in 20
Maybe not.
minutes.
Maybe not alien, but it's hard to tell because its design
Does
is.
it look like it's coming in at a hostile angle?
It's circling you guys. It's circling on its way down.
Bird of prey.
Yeah, it's trying not to just dive straight down. It's kind of gradually. It's not in a hurry. It doesn't look like it's in a hurry.
Ports open.
Yeah, we got a DD.
Yeah, a 400-ton ship, depending on what is in it. It could have no Marines. It could have 20 Marines. You don't know.
We're booking it to the east.
Well, while you were out there looking, did you see any signs of civilization?
Yeah, my navigation roll ended up being a 8 total. I saw the ship above us, but I don't know if I really figured out where we are.
Okay, no, you can. You got a good idea of where you could go to not be discovered. I assume that's what you're trying to do.
Yes.
Okay. So, even though you can't reach the port, either starport, but you can still communicate with each other. So just to know, if you've got a communicator, you can at least talk to each other. Basic data packages on your comms still work, but you can't query outside sources because you don't have access to like a local network or anything. Now, most comms, this is a little lore that it's throwing at me, but it says most comms have a feature to automatically download something called a welcome pack at each starport it passes through. So it's kind of like it immediately detects the local network, immediately downloads it, and then when you leave the world or get out of the range, it's like over an amount of time, it'll automatically delete itself. But some travelers collect welcome packs as like baseball cards. Okay, Marduk's welcome pack contains background information on the world, but it's not very comprehensive. It has some maps, sketchy part of the near coast region, a great deal of information about bars, shops, and businesses at the starport. It also has a language comparison. It also offers a translation. It's basically like a book you bought at the airport that says this is how you say certain things in Marduk. And armed with that basic knowledge, you head overland into the gathering darkness. Light rain showers pass over. There may be heavier rain during the night. The terrain is complete wilderness. You don't see any lights or any civilization. You see some large areas of spiny bushes, reminiscent of brambles. I assume you walk around them, right? There are plenty of gaps to move through these brambles. They're only high enough to block sight in a few areas, but most likely they're like waist high or lower. but they could hide you if you crouched behind them. You do see a raised area, like a hill or a plateau or a cliff face or something like that. Is that the direction you're heading, or would you like to head back the way you came, like towards the coast?
The welcome pack said the near coast areas were sketchy.
Yeah.
Is that what they said?
The information is sketchy, which means there's not a lot of information on them.
Sketchy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. We have people for this. Strix would like to turn to Karen, I think her name was, who looked local and basically like, you're one of the local proletariat. Which direction should we be going? Guide us, please, if you would.
If that's an Ogman raider that was above our shuttle, then we just need to get the F out of here. Find some place that we can hold up. If you go to the beach, we'll just be exposed, I think.
I concur.
The local has a point.
Into the woods.
But it might be better if we didn't go that way. If that makes sense.
Because they would know that we know to go there, but if we know that they know that we know, then we should know to go there.
Precisely. Okay, so I noticed I didn't put her name on her sheet. Okay, I spelled it right.
Her name was Karen.
I did. But now if you hover over her token, it'll tell you.
Yeah, it does.
It didn't before. So let me do that with these other jokers because apparently I didn't do that.
One other quick heads up to the group. We may want to start powering down our electronics equipment because, well, I could find you if you left it on.
That is very possible because you have like a electronic signature.
Yeah.
It's not a bad point. Another option is I can travel sort of at the back of the line and maybe do some kind of a stealth check or something to see if I can disguise the sign of our passage. So maybe we're not as easy to track physically.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about them picking up an EM signature.
Yeah, oh, no. I'm just saying, if they don't pick up an EM signature, they land at the thing and they find a path that says the guys went that way.
I get it. Good plan.
I think both are appropriate.
He's taking a stick and like brushing the ground behind you.
Yeah.
Exactly. Smart. Make a stealth roll.
And yes, excellent thinking, Gabe, on the communicators.
And everybody walk light. Now, stomping on these bushes would not be smart because that would tell them. Okay, what's your stealth roll?
Each light stick lasts for 12 hours, and I light all 6 of them. Do I get 3 days of light?
No, you get a bright light for 6 hours. Okay.
You expose us to everywhere.
That's right. Now, are you guys? So you're not using a flashlights, right? You're relying on your night vision or not, because that is a device.
Holding hands.
Is everybody powering down everything down?
Yeah, I think.
How close are we to sunset?
The sun has set.
Oh, I don't know if. Well, you guys with the eyes may not want to probably can't power down, so you're guiding us. I mean, we're all pretty.
They
much
can close their
stuck with
eyes.
you.
No, I'm just playing.
Well,
No.
I'm going to be
Because turning on a
realistic.
flashlight's just creating a giant beacon that everyone's going to see.
I
Right.
think
goggles-
if
the
we at
goggles
least
are low
turn
enough
down
tech
our,
level, I don't think we can be tracked by them.
You can-
down our radios at least, that should help.
Right.
Yeah,
You're all close enough to talk to each other. You don't need them, and the chem lights, the little chem lights, would be bright enough. But it's not super dark out. I mean, it's nighttime. It is dark, but it's not like pitch black. You can make your way. It's not too terrible.
Yeah, Derek, just from a few things you said, like 550 cord and all that, you've done time in the military.
Yeah. Yeah. 8 years. They actually asked me to leave. Now, they didn't ask me to leave, they just prevented a reenlistment.
I went through that myself.
What do they call those things? A rift or something, whatever it was. Yeah, and now they regret it. Okay, so, yeah, so you guys are trying to be as stealthful as possible. You're trying to keep your signature as low as possible, and you're trying to make a good pace inland because you're avoiding the beach. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
I vote inland because stick
Okay.
to the force so we don't not easily seen from the sky.
Also, a quick scan of the planetary map. Any coast we're on heading inland will bring us to something better than the coast. Because you're tight.
Yeah, sorry, I told you I had a hacking cough.
Yeah, any of these coastal squares we need to move inland from, so inland.
Okay, and like I said, going inland, there's a raised area. I'm copying you guys.
Which could mean caves.
Could mean caves. I'm not muted. There we go. I don't know if I have one. Locations? I don't need it just yet. Okay, so let me get back to the shuttle crash, even though the shuttle's no long, you guys are a long distance away from the shuttle, so don't worry about that. You head overland into the darkness, light showers, blah, blah, blah. Okay, reminiscent of brambles. Okay, they're extremely resistant to being hacked. So it wouldn't be good to just go out there with your hatchet and try to cut your way through. You can just avoid them, or if you see a bush, don't go that way, go around it. After slogging through the terrain for about an hour, you see that the ship behind you has landed. Okay, it's landed at the crash site. It has a bunch of spotlights and floodlights, if you will, keeping that area lit up. And you can see way off in the distance little dots moving around in the floodlights. You don't know what's going on. There are strange mounds that are oddly regular areas. So the undergrowth is small and patchy, as if the soil underneath was very thin. It becomes apparent after a while that you're walking through an area that might have been civilized or a city of some kind many years ago. It's overgrown, post-apocalyptic kind of thing. Very little remains of it now, other than a layer of tumbled masonry and road beds on top of thin soil. It is possible to see where the highways and lesser roads once stood, and here and there is a small section of wall has survived. Most are covered with creepers, which are now home to innumerable small birds. Wait, hold on. Marduk. I do. Okay. So yeah, you see this. I don't know if it went through. There we go. Yeah, that's the Marduk sparrow.
Apex predator.
The apex predator. You know, it's got small teeth. Okay, sorry. So as you approach, you know, they'll like scatter or get away from you or whatever. The landscape feels eerie, deserted, yet alive, with oddly familiar shapes softened by vegetation. The birds make sudden sounds of movements, making it seem that there's something lurking in the corner. Everyone is tired and jumpy, but soon it becomes too much effort to turn at every sound. It's just the birds again, isn't it?
Can you use your binoculars without using the IR function? Because
Yes.
they've got all these floodlights and the fires going and everything. Get an idea of how many people are there. Can we take their ship?
Are you talking about the one that was circling?
Yeah, the one that's landed now. Yeah.
I want to point out it's a 400-ton ship
So
that was looking to kill us. So they're probably outnumber us about 4 to 1.
Let
if
'em
not
cook.
more.
We
Let 'em
don't
cook.
look till we look.
And it's currently an
Show
hour.
worth a look.
It's currently an hour behind you.
That's 400 to 1. Those odds I like.
They didn't bring
So-
enough, right? Okay.
like I said, these binoculars, they've served me well in terms of observing stationary things. My recon abilities weren't really trained for survival situations. The binoculars work fine, it's just I usually use them to look at nice creatures.
Would you like me to try?
Yeah. Pass off the binoculars.
Okay.
I don't need binoculars.
Okay. Oh, fuck me.
You're just gonna
the
look really
binoculars
hard.
Binoculars might give you a bonus.
I was going to use them, and I just remembered the implant said they do magnification too.
Oh, you actually are gonna look real hard. Okay.
I reach out to take them, and I go, huh. Actually, never mind.
I can zoom.
That's right. Okay, so you glance back and you can't really see how many of them there are because they're coming and going from the ship to the shuttle, and they're also kind of in a lower, not low ground, but yeah, kind of like low ground where if they were walking around, there might be more of them in the gully or the ditch. You know, you're not getting a very clear picture of that. But yeah, you can estimate. Give me a recon roll, and let's see if you can estimate.
What stat should that be using? Just to be sure.
You tell me.
Intellect, because I'm keeping track of who
Yeah,
I've already
you're,
seen.
you're counting numbers. Yeah, intellect. You
Okay.
only need a 10. It's a really low number.
How about
Yeah.
a 5?
Yeah,
with
so
snake eyes.
You estimate there's probably like 500 of them. You know that's
From an
wrong,
added
but
skill roll,
you know your way out. You know there's no way you could tell.
There's more than there are of us. There's more
Yeah.
than we have bullets.
What are they, Captain?
They're humanoid,
Humanoid.
upright bipedals. They're so far away you can't really tell.
Okay.
It's
so no
dark.
telling if they're like Aslan or humans or giant
Right.
lizards.
They could be either. They could be any of those.
Okay.
Okay, and right as you ask him that question, like, what are they? You hear a deep, not too far away, maybe 100 meters.
Oh no.
I will look directly at it with my thermal.
I draw my stun stick.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, so you guys look in the general direction of where you think you heard a growl of some kind, and you see a sparrow.
Damn birds.
Sparrows
Gabe-
growl?
Gabe is
You
going to.
haven't heard them growl.
Since nobody else said they wanted it, and he doesn't have a weapon. and
The
just
sparrow
mentioned,
chirped, chirp, chirp.
Yeah.
Don't use a gun. Don't use a gun.
Yeah, we gotta be quiet.
And Evan says, "What was that?" And he's kind of like, "But I think I heard something, like a cousin."
Karen, do your local birds copy sounds like the Terran parrot?
No. Are you talking about those sparrows we disturbed earlier?
Yes.
No, they're just birds.
So what did we just hear?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna settle up to Evan.
Strix would like to motion to Maury to, watch his six as
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
shoulders a shotgun
I'm not
and
from this area.
But are there any predators on this planet?
Oh, I think there are. I think there are. The island I come from, it's pretty tame. There's everything's been cleared out of the island that I was born and raised on.
Does my expertise in xenology give me any inclination as to the life forms that may be around us?
Well, since you've never been to this planet before, how would you know?
Have I ever heard of a growling bird? On
Oh, I'm
any
sure.
planet?
I'm sure there is somewhere in this universe.
Okay.
Gabe would like to step about 20 meters away from the group, get low, and just listen. I'd like to try and use a survival roll to see if I can kind of track where the animal's moving. By sound.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a survival roll.
An 8.
Okay. Yeah. So you hear the pitter patter of raindrops hitting the ground, bushes swaying in the breeze, and no growling, no rustling of bushes or anything like that. I mean, no twigs breaking, that kind of stuff. So no, you don't hear the presence of any creature or sea.
Hey, Cat. Could it be some of those damnable psionics I've heard so much about? Messing with our heads?
I doubt it. Why would they be here in the middle of nowhere?
Why do psionics do anything they do?
To get more psionics. It's kind of a snowball thing. Once you have some, you want more, and you eat babies or something to get more. I don't know how you get it.
I'm gonna drop a clue. I'm gonna drop a clue on you guys.
Is it a lion?
I told you what it, or how to determine what it was 15 minutes ago. And it went whoosh, right over you guys' heads.
Oh, you guys have IR. You can see a heat signature, can't you?
That's not it.
I'm gonna. So
Yeah, they're looking around. Everybody's looking around with whatever methods they have. Go ahead.
I'm gonna sort of sidle up a little bit to someone so that I can kind of have someone nearby to watch my back while I pull my survival book out of my pack to see if I find any entry on like dangerous predators or even just what's the term for them? Paired animals, like how crows and wolves tend to be found together because birds find food and then wolves eat it and leave scraps, just to see if there's any mention of the sparrow being paired with a nasty bug.
Make an admin roll.
An admin roll. Oh, that's gonna be rough.
That's actually, well, this is just from my own personal knowledge, but as we were moving, as the sun was going down, were there animal sounds, crickets, stuff like that? Because if there's a predator around, they would get quiet.
There wouldn't be birds then, because birds aren't predators.
Well, that's why I'm asking about crickets, other type of nighttime animals.
In your survival book, it's very generic. It's not planet specific, but it does say in the fine print on the back cover, it says most planets have a welcome packet. So when you show up on a planet, you can check your welcome pack, and it will tell you about the local customs and bar locations and wildlife.
I will pull up my phone, or I'll pull up my mobile comm and pull up the welcome pack on it.
Okay, so it's like a little Alexa thing. You just you ask it and it spits out whatever kind of information it has. It's very limited, but it says, what are you asking it?
Hey Alexa, what creepy growling monster is going to eat me in the jungle? I ask about native predaceous beasts and or other like carnivorous predators. Environmental hazards, maybe?
Garen Aim Bright. Garen Aim Bright, or Garen Aim Bright. Okay. It belongs in a category of threats known as Becklicht. And translated means that which was left over after civilization collapsed. A thing out of the darkness, beyond the light.
Well, everything about that sounds just peachy, doesn't it?
Oh, no.
The Garen Aimbright loosely translates as extremely clever teeth-killing thing.
Aw, it's gonna kill my team.
And then over on the other side, you hear a.
Yeah, Gabe is going to head back to the group now.
Okay.
Everyone, firearms out. I think this is a bigger risk than.
Does anybody have xenobiology?
I do, yeah.
Okay, or language skill. You could try to translate it yourself.
Got both, actually. Would anybody be able to assist?
Well, how would you do that?
Well, I could tap into my xenobiology knowledge, but if somebody has knowledge on the language itself, it could make it easier.
Yeah, I've got a
Otherwise,
+0 language. I think you doing the main role would probably be better.
Okay.
Yeah, so far the help action hasn't helped.
That's right.
Hinder action.
Well, that's a +1. Oh no, there was no help. Okay.
Yeah. No help.
Okay, so having read a lot of different books, you have heard of the Garin Aimbrate. It can be best described as a bristly furred, long-legged, dog-like quadruped.
Oh. With a
With
intense
long
fear of.
long fangs and claws that lets it climb as well as gouge and tear. It moves quite slow, almost silent.
I can understand everybody's inclination to pull out a weapon, but if you fire it, we've got, 400, how many people? Let me check my notes. Just a bunch of people.
Yeah,
doing-
500, I think is what I said.
Well, then they come and the
But that's not how many there are.
Graham blah blahs come and eat them. So
The many-toothed graham cracker.
yeah.
Let
Alright,
me
guys.
copy the way it's spelled into the chat.
We
It's-
still have a significant lead on them on foot. They could obviously take off and chase us, but that's a much bigger delay, and again, they'd have to find us once they land.
I do have a suppressor on this numbnose. You know that, right?
Well, we'll let you do the shooting then. Guys, the Garin Aimbrate, it's a very lethal predator that is extremely stealthy, but from what I know, it's not the fastest creature.
But what you're-
So
I'll go ahead and show everybody the hatchet, and I'm just like, is anybody any good with this thing? Because I'm sure as shit not.
I've got a sword.
Is it
So do I.
considered blades?
not good with it.
Yeah.
I've got a dagger and a stun stick. You want one of those? Would that make it easier for you?
I
No.
don't think a stun stick works on an angry beast.
It just does damage with the stun ability instead of normal.
No, that's a melee weapon, and I'm not. No.
It's the stun stick does damage. Let me read stun real quick.
I have one.
Oh,
Yeah, he's just not good with it, I think is what he's trying to say.
Oh no. He's not good with them. I have one, but I don't think it works on beasts quite so well.
Didn't realize.
I'm going to point out something that we heard so that we remember it. They ain't that quick. Maybe we should just, get in the direction of out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there might be more.
Yeah, I mean, we can.
Then we
burn that
outrun
bridge
those.
Yeah, we burn that bridge when we get to it. But if we're
Well-
worried about firing guns close to people, if we create some distance, we might put us in a better situation
I
to
mean,
actually
you-
have to fight them.
You are currently
there
pretty
are
close to the
roads.
hills.
There are roads. We're in these weird little mounds that I'm suspecting are actually covered up buildings. If we could find an entrance, we can limit the way it can get to us at least.
There's no intact building. These are ruins of buildings.
Oh, okay, my bad. I
Yeah.
thought that the buildings had been covered in dirt. My mistake.
Yeah, well, whatever is remaining, that has been covered in dirt, but there's nothing intact. It's just a wall here and there, and that's pretty much it.
Well, at least getting our back to a wall would help. I'd prefer to stand and fight than run, but it's up to y'all.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Okay, so between you and the ruins, let me rephrase that. If you have the ruins here and then you have you here, you hear a growl directly behind you. It goes. "Grrr." So it's almost like it's make a survival roll. So somebody can make a survival roll.
Survival roll on intellect or what?
Yeah, survival rolls on intellect. I've got a +1.
Yeah,
Who rolled? Let me just check.
Never
Stuff.
mind.
I did. I haven't rolled yet, so I wanted to roll.
Valid.
All right. So yeah, it's directly away from the ruins.
But isn't its name like Toothy Bad Thing from the Before Times or something? Wasn't that the translation?
Yeah, something like that.
Just saying. That sounds like it lives in the before times, so in the ruins.
Might be
We would
trespassing.
Go around the ruins and leave.
Well, you could go towards the hills where there again might be caves or something, and then there's or a crevice or a an area,
Yeah.
or you could
All right.
try to take cover in an old city, which you're
Now, I know
pretty
this-
much already in. Pretty much, you're walking through.
Well, if we're moving, we run.
Yeah.
Did say
So-
they were slow.
Yeah, so I vote we just book it, go around the city, go around the ruins, and head for the hills.
I respect that opinion, but I've always wanted to see one of these things in person.
Feel free to stay. I'm
Yeah.
going to turn around and start running.
I'll tell you what, we can rent an air car and come back and we can safari for one.
I'll take you up on that. Let's hope we survive.
Okay, so at this point, as you start moving fast, you're not running per se, because every now and then somebody's tumbling and tripping, and it's wilderness. It's not like you're not running down a road, well-lit road. So you're almost going slower now that you're running.
Oh, nice.
So people are always stopping to help someone stand up or get up, or they fall over and spill their pack on the ground. They got to pack it back up and throw it over their shoulder and keep going. You haven't really improved you have improved your pace, but it's not like a run. It's like
Tomlin fell a lot.
He's a
Pilot, not a Marine.
right.
Okay, but we have
But-
improved our pace.
But you have improved
As
your
we're
pace,
walking.
right? And now you hear two of them.
We have to find
There's
a place to-
one on the left and one on the right. But it appears that they're trying to herd you into the town, like closer to the center of the town. And you're not going that way. You're taking your own path. You're going towards the hill. And then you hear a third one.
Captain, I hate to be the one to bring this up, but should we consider the first rule for running away from monsters? And I sort of glaze over at Karen.
She's keeping up. She's got a beaded dress, and she's hiked it up, and she's taken off her high heels, so she's able to move.
What about the chubby one?
We don't.
How slow is he?
Cardio. He doesn't have a lot of that.
Yeah, I understand your point, and you know what? Yeah, it's like stabbing your buddy while you swim away from the shark and everything. But I don't know if Gabe would go for it.
And now
Rule of the Kestrel
those
doesn't
guys
leave
that
anyone
you're
behind.
those guys that you're looking at are looking at you guys now like, they want to like, they don't have to be fast, just faster than us.
Can I do like a diplomacy, whatever the charisma roll would be to calm them down? And I'll just make some argument.
Diplomacy.
Okay. I'd like to say to them, yeah, he's just a little bit crazy from all of his fighting times. We don't roll that way.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. You don't have to roll. They're like, okay, thanks. We're starting to get a little worried.
Shaq is
Although,
No, we did
if,
leave Kirsch and Ben Parr on the ship.
If you fall, we're not coming back to pick you up.
Okay.
We'll be keeping to the code then.
The crew of the Kestrel doesn't leave anyone behind while we still have a choice. I'll have you know, one of our engineers got captured by a xenomorph once, and we hunted the bastard down.
And I'm sure we'll come back and try and find your remains. No, I'm just joking.
So, to the movement, there's one to the left, one to the right, and the third one is, we're hearing a third one now. Is that ahead of us or pursuing
Yeah,
us?
behind you. Behind you.
Behind us?
Yeah.
But it does
All
seem
right.
like they're
I
trying
need
to hurt
I
us
need
towards
someone to
mine.
volunteer to be the victim. Anybody that does not have cybernetic eyes.
I am one of those without cybernetic eyes.
I'll be the victim. What's happening?
Oh,
Am I
wow.
dying?
There we went.
Okay. Dex athletics,
Okay.
or the skill is athletics and drop down dex, or dex. I guess you have to have dex athletics. Okay, so everyone sees James do a tumble. Or not James, but Tolland. He trips over a branch. He goes face first into the now what is mud, and he gets mud all over his face and hands, and does not break his ankle because he
I
made
don't
the
Really good.
You
I
started
don't mean to
running,
be rude.
and it's dark, and you're going through the wilderness, and people are tripping and falling. But he's fit enough that he was able to do the tumble without breaking anything.
I do suggest that if we're going to sacrifice someone, it not be the pilot.
Well, there's nothing for the fly right now, so
All right.
But
Okay.
Captain, I've
Which
got a
means if I
plan.
break an ankle, you have to drag me out of here.
Let's hear it.
All right, so they're trying to corral us into the city. The city's to our right, right? Is that the case?
Up ahead, a more intact section of the city offers a chance of shelter.
Okay, there goes my plan. Let's go that way.
There is soil, and heavy vegetation has turned the remaining buildings into a sort of half-sunken cave system. Only a few buildings have more than a ground floor intact, but there are enough of these to create a three-dimensional maze that must be navigated with great care. So yeah, it looks like you're getting closer to the hills, which aren't really hills, they're just taller buildings.
Well, once we're inside, we can use lights and at least defend
Well,
ourselves.
there's no roof.
properly.
There's no roof.
kind of
If we go under the second floor, then it's kind of a roof, right?
No, there are no second floors.
Oh, they're just tall. Okay. Some of the walls are a little bit taller than others.
kind of reminds me of The Gray with Liam Neeson, where he finally thinks he got away and stumbles into the wolf den.
Right. Yeah, there you go. But it's so are you going to enter into this more, I guess it would be more defensible, because now they would have to come in certain doorways or whatever.
Makes sense.
Yeah. If we're gonna get jumped by angry toothed graham crackers, I'd rather get jumped by angry toothed graham crackers from only like 2 or 3 directions.
Okay, that's absolutely right. And you can hear that there's obviously a pack of them outside. It's more than 3. I don't know how many dozens of them there are, but there are more than 3 of them out there. And they seem to be communicating with each other in a feral pack, wolf pack kind of way. But when you enter the ruins, I would say, anyone that wishes can make a survival or recon check, but it's very difficult. So it's a 12 plus. So you can do, everybody can roll, is what I'm saying. And you can choose survival or recon, but you're looking for a 12. Gabe's blind. Shaq's blind. Maury's close, but not there. Tomlin doesn't see it.
Oh,
Captain was close.
What a shame.
Was that everybody? No, we
I
still
don't
got.
think so.
Yeah, there we go.
I
Okay, so you don't notice it.
Do I maybe get a plus for my cool eyes?
No.
Oh.
Looks like I'll get a chance.
You
to
can
see the person
actually
after.
go deep enough into the ruins to be out of the rain. It looks like there is some overhead cover in some of these areas.
Nice. Is that like the underground part that you were talking about?
Yeah, that's right. When it started to go underground, like there might be a cave, like the building was covered in dirt. Yeah.
So we've got a little safe area away. I mean, those things are still approaching, right?
Well, they're outside. They haven't followed you this far. They're
we
behind you.
Technically, since we're at the end, we're still at the entrance. We're covered front. We're in a good, nice shelter. We could technically set up camp here to rest for a bit, regain our senses and stuff.
That's right.
Park a couple chem lights, so we at least have some light.
Okay,
What's a cold light?
a chem light. No, cold light's a flashlight. It's not burning. It's not like a torch or a lantern that actually burns. It's electric.
Okay.
Yeah. Faustus is going to help set up a small camp area so we can rest.
I'm double checking to see if I've put anything on this that I shouldn't have. Okay, it looks like I'm good. Let's see if I can paste you guys. Oh, I can. You guys are way too big. Okay, let me get you more appropriate to the scale. Let me...
Ooh. Sexy.
Okay, so...
Trying to find.
What?
Oh, I'm just asking. I'm trying to find the handout for the survival kit. What's it under?
Shuttle survival kit.
I think it's under library data.
Library data. Read this first trade items.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, should be shell survival kit under there.
All right, so you guys make your way into this area. Boy, those hexes are awful, like, dominant. But,
You should be able to turn off the grid if you want.
I don't want to turn it off. I can make the grid invisible, but I don't want to turn it off.
Make it bright green.
Yeah, I'm getting away from the front entrance.
So is this all undercover area, or is this?
Yeah, you're basically in a cave, is what it feels like. Okay, it looks like...
Most animals are afraid of fire. If we create a fire slightly back from the opening, it may slow them down.
Maybe somewhere up in this corner.
No, I'm talking about like right here.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking where we could like set up a camp.
But yeah, fire near the entrances just to,
Keep them away. Yeah, that's a good idea.
yeah.
Well, you don't hear any
Barricade
you don't hear any
also
growling. There's no growling or anything coming from outside.
Okay.
It doesn't mean they're not there. It just means that there's no growling.
You want to do a camp like right in this area?
Yeah, I was thinking that just because it looks like there's some rock and feature that we can potentially.
All right, I'll set up a tent in a corner if I'm able to.
I'd actually suggest back here, at least that way we can see through the entrance to see what's coming at us before it actually comes in.
All right, why do you need a tent? I'm just curious.
I don't know. just an extra place that people can rest and add a little
Civilized.
extra hidden. Yeah.
It makes everything inconvenient. Because you're already, unless you're trying to, I guess, I don't really know why you would want a tent.
Can I see that there's a passage down that way?
You can. It gets much darker the further in you go.
I was going to say, I'd rather we actually go another room further in. A quick scan of the ruins, they'll check the first room, but why
It
go
is,
into
it
a
is
dark
now
area?
heavy rain outside.
I would like to stand on top of this rubble and use my binoculars to look down the hallway, down the passageway.
Okay, make a. This is going to be a requirement because I'm justifying it in my head. Make a recon roll.
Sure.
There's something that everyone should automatically notice, but there's something about you guys that's preventing you from noticing it.
Six.
Yep, it prevented you from noticing it. And everyone is wearing one.
The breathers.
A breather mask?
I didn't say that. I didn't give you a clue.
It would be easier to look through these binoculars if this mask wasn't in the way.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with vision. It has something to do with smell, and you can't smell it through a filter mask.
Oh, but Our Lady
If it
isn't
was
wearing
strong
one.
enough, you probably could. That's why I gave you a recon roll.
I thought Karen wasn't wearing a breather mask because she was local.
Yeah, she's not.
She,
She,
like,
she's over there by the
extremely
campsite,
nauseous.
she's over there by the campsite trying to make sure she still has her backpack and everything. It's like, okay, we're out of the rain, and whatever that was chasing us haven't come in here yet. So, and I'm glad you guys have a rifle, and everybody's carrying a hatchet, or at least one person is, and you got pistols and well armed. I don't know who you guys are, but you guys are awful paranoid. Okay, I'm glad.
Well, we're being chased by unknown beasts of
We're-
mysterious origin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean nobody's after you.
We're interstellar diplomatic agents of a
Okay.
sort.
Okay. And
Gabe is going to crack 2 chem lights and put them on each side of the entrance here.
okay. Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Now, Karen, is it truly safe for me to take off my mask, not having ever been to Marduk?
No, it's well, I'm used to it. You're not used to it, so it's
Will I
safe.
die?
No, you won't die. It's like
Smoggy.
smog. Yeah, it's like super bad. It's like depending on where you're at on the planet, it's worse than other places.
All right.
It's residue, from old wars.
My medical curiosity has pushed me this far. I'm going to take off the mask.
Okay. Okay. Are you guys starting a fire here? Is that what's going on? Is it? Did I hear
Well,
that right?
There were chem lights being lit.
Well, I got the
Well,
chem
what-
lights by the doors, right?
You guys were talking about moving back into this hallway, which would be a good place to light a fire because it can't be seen from anywhere but the doorway.
So, to this point, there has been no fire.
Okay. Okay. Then it's strange that you guys can smell wood smoke.
We're going deeper.
There's
Captain.
someone in here.
Yeah, you smell wood smoke.
I smell wood smoke. I don't know if you. I just smelled it now once I took the mask off.
Is it Is it coming from the hallway or outside?
Make a recon roll.
I'll do a. I'm gonna check my weapons to make sure they're fully loaded, ready to go.
Okay.
Come on, -3. I have no idea where it's coming from.
Well, I didn't ask you to make the roll.
Oh, my apologies.
Oh, well, I figured he was the one smelling it.
Yeah, but I was asking you to make the roll.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You spoke. Okay. You see a piece of paper on the ground.
With my special eyes, I found this paper.
Yeah, when you pick it up, you can see it is a ration wrapper. Someone had discarded onto the ground.
I hold it up. Someone's been here. And I think they're
it's
still
fresh. That was eaten today.
I am going to head.
Wait. Cover the chem lights. What if they're not home?
I mean,
we don't want them.
The wood fire's burning, so
They might have stepped out. There might
Oh,
be
it's
more.
both.
Either way, we don't want anyone coming in to know someone's been here.
Everyone can make a recon roll.
Gabe wants to go ahead and turn on his EM probe. I'm looking for electromagnetic sources that aren't us.
The dice are not on my side today.
Can I add a bonus to my recon?
With this EM probe, yeah.
All right. What's the bonus for it? Just +1 or?
Well, whatever it says under EM probe.
Oh, it adds a +1. Or wait a second. Let me read it just to make sure. Electronic devices, examining equipment. Yeah, +1. All right.
Faustus.
Okay, everyone that got an 8 or better basically is telling me that. Wait, are you gonna roll? There he goes.
No, terrible.
Okay, so everybody that got an 8 or better notices this. Everyone who did not get an 8 or better is doing something else. You know, they're looking at the ruins, they're, scratching their butt, they're checking their weapons, or whatever they're doing. But those of you that made an 8 or better can see that there are lights down this passageway coming your way.
I'm scratching my butt.
You see lights approaching. They are dim and not particularly obvious compared to like the chem lights that you guys have.
I'm gonna.
Leave that incoming.
You have a few seconds warning, so what would you like to do?
Gabe's pulling out his hatchet, although he looks like he has no clue how to use it.
Which entrance or which is it coming from?
This one. The northern one.
All right. Is there any place that I can get slight cover from?
Everywhere.
All right. I will.
You're in the rubble, so there's like rocks and yeah, depending on how you to not have cover, you have to deliberately not be in cover.
I'll just crash down behind cover with my with that pistol, that snub nose out, with the silencer and laser on.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm gonna also. So I'm gonna do two things. One, I'm gonna point to Gabe.
You can do
As
one
I'm-
thing.
Oh, okay. So in
You
that
can
case, I'm
put
just gonna-
yourself somewhere, or you can do that thing that you were wanting to do. Because you only have a few seconds before this happens.
Yeah.
It's not even a full round.
I'd step up onto a block of rubble.
As to present yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
I
gonna
duck
move
behind this pillar.
up and get into some cover then too.
Okay, go ahead and move your token behind some cover.
This looks like cover.
Okay.
I've
These guys
got
have
no
no
idea what's
weapons.
going on.
They're hiding behind this pillar. We're trying to.
Oh, I was about to go chat up or just suddenly hiding. You're scratching my ass, so I guess I'll go join them in that area.
Right. So only the people that noticed this are the ones that went up and got an 8 or better on their recon roll, right?
Yeah, the rest of us are just wondering what the devil's going on.
Right.
No, because I did say, Cap, we've got incoming.
Okay, that sounded good. Yeah, so if you want to go up there and stand on a rubble, that's fine. What is it? What are the other two? What is Gabe doing and what's Strix doing?
Well,
If I know what's going on.
You heard that. Yeah, you heard that.
Okay. I'd probably be following up here, I guess.
Okay, taking cover.
Yeah.
well,
Okay.
Gabe he said we have incoming. I'm not, I rolled really badly, so I think he's talking about the critters that are tracking us, so I'm just pulling out my hatchet and waiting for him to come into the light so I can attack him with my hatchet.
Okay, so you're keeping an eye on the back door or the front door.
Yes.
Okay, that's perfect. This happens. A party of humans enters the chamber. They are moving quickly, carelessly, and are startled when they see you guys behind the rubble and stuff like that. I have descriptions for these guys. So let's do that. And I should have tokens too, maybe. Because there might be combat. Let's hope not. But you never know. Oh, that doesn't work. What did I just do? Okay. There we go. The first one that you see is this person come in. She's in the front, so she must be the leader. And then you see this guy behind her.
She looks like Michelle Yeoh from Everything Everywhere.
This guy's following her. You see this guy beside him. A younger person is coming in. Right. So we got Isk, Alton, Amelia, Borks. We have a very young one. Eklia. And then I think these guys are brothers. So that guy looks like half. And actually half and Isik are brother and sister. There we go. And then pulling up the rear. Wait. Is that guy?
What kind of light is it? Is it a torch? Is it a lantern?
they. Okay, let me just give you the description real quick, and then you'll be able to figure it out.
Sorry.
No worries. No, whoops. Something happened. He didn't like to answer. He just disconnected. No, he's back. Okay. They're obviously, I'm going to call them yokels, but they're not. They're just locals. Yep, they are carrying whatever his name is. I'm lost already. Half. They're carrying half because he apparently has been wounded. So there's 5 of them. Well, there's more than 5. There's like 7. Okay. There's 3 men, 2 women, 2 men in their 20s. One of them is badly hurt. There's a 12-year-old girl armed with a shotgun. The woman in the lead is carrying an oil-burning lamp in one hand and a large pistol in the other. And a lot of them are carrying what you would describe as archaic weapons, maybe muzzle loaders or something like that. It looks like they're rushing away from something on this other side. Did you guys want to start firing? What do you guys want to do? They're initially they're startled. I'm not going to jump into initiative, but they were obviously startled when they realized that they're not alone.
Once Dave notices them, he'll turn around and throw up his hands and say, "Whoa!" That's it. That's all I'm doing.
I smile and give my best captain's. Hello, I'm Captain Parthenian. I forgot my own name.
I'd like to offer medical assistance.
Okay, so when you guys like say, "Hey," or "Here I am," or whatever, they all immediately jump behind cover, pointing their rifles in your direction. So let me go ahead and even the little girl with a shotgun. So and then the brother and sister, the sister's carrying the brother, and they're not carrying, but like assisting him. He's just wounded. And they're all like, they got their rifles out, they're pointing them at you guys.
I'm gonna say the terrible thing. I'm drawing a bead on the little girl with the shotgun.
Nice.
Hey
Got the
man,
little
that's the most
light on
dangerous
for
person.
it.
If you didn't do it.
Most dangerous person on the field. This goes down. I'm putting one through her head.
Right, because the
I
rest
will
of
shoot her and then take her weapon.
yeah, because she's the only one over there with a modern weapon. Everything else is archaic.
Am I allowed to move across the map, or are we kind of reacting from our spots?
I would say chill for a second.
Reaction.
Yeah, if you move towards them, gunfire's going to probably happen. That's the
I make a
that's the
show-
feeling you're getting.
I make a show of, like, both hands up, reach for my sword.
And you hear
as soon as it moves, I drop it.
you hear the older lady go, click,
We're
click,
being
click, 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 click.
We're being chased by the things from before with great, powerful, stealthy teeth.
Hold on. Strix just raises up his hand and says, "Hold on. I have experience talking with lessers. Let me attempt this."
Just do it quick.
Strix would like to try and like sign language this, like pointing out the back thing, going like, if there's like a ship coming down, and then pointing to us, running, and then pointing back out and be like, "Arr," as if there's like angry things after him.
Oh my God, this feels like a Mr. Bean episode.
Okay, so you do that, and the older woman says,
Yes, Alpatiktuk.
Oh, Karen, does she know the language?
"Who the hell are those people?"
I point out the entrance and I say, get a name bright. Get a name bright.
Okay, this is what happens. They react. The boy gets put down, and the girl with the shotgun turns around and faces down the passageway, and the other girl comes forward with a rifle, and the girl with the shotgun says something to the party. She's like, and they're like caught between, you can tell that they feel like they're caught between a rock and a hard place.
Can I make a language check to try to decipher anything that they're saying?
You can make a language check to determine what language they're speaking. That doesn't mean you know it.
Out of curiosity,
Yep.
how effective is the TL10 translator program with like regional languages?
It would be extremely useful if you had their language loaded into your translator.
Okay, but if you don't have the language loaded, then you can't.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't identify it. But there's universal languages. Like you could pull the trigger, or you could, because everybody's pointing guns at each other.
Was I able to determine what language they're speaking?
Yes, make a language check.
Got a 10.
You got a 10. Yeah, they're speaking a local language.
I'm not going to
to call it Mardukian because there's probably 100 languages on this planet.
open up my med kit. I'm going to take out a big old roll of bandages.
Okay.
'Cause I'm gonna call bandages a universal term. I'm gonna unroll it above my head.
Yeah. You got some gauze or whatever, gauze, and you can, not gauze.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that, and they point their guns at you. They point their guns at you.
Yeah. This
And
is
they kind of gesture like they want to shoot you. They're not going to. They didn't, and they're not. But it looks like they want to.
I try to
Gabe-
mimic the
Gabe-
noise of the monsters from outside.
Yeah. Gabe is going to drop the hatchet and just get down on his knees, hands up in the air.
Okay, well, you're halfway across the chamber. They don't even know you're
Yeah.
over there.
Well, I got the chem lights behind me. I should be silhouetted.
Yeah. But you're trying to make yourself visible. But not if you're kneeling.
Okay.
yeah, Captain. If this goes on, we're just gonna stare at each other for as long as it takes for monsters to fill the room. What do we do?
I'm just hoping something doesn't jump out of the entrance and jump on my back.
I make a show of unclipping my belt and dropping my my saber and stun stick.
Okay. They're still
And,
pointing their guns at you.
I I pick up my first aid kit and
Because I count, like, how many guns do I count pointing at them?
2, 3.
I'm still behind cover, but if anybody notices, there's a laser light that's right on that girl's forehead.
Well, it's the back of her head. It's the back of her head because she's facing down the corridor.
drop the weapons. I think they might just think we're part of the raiders. And I try to toss them my first aid kit, like, to halfway between us.
Make a diplomacy roll and try to do this non-aggressively, like you're throwing a grenade.
Yeah. Oh no. Untrained.
Yeah.
Captain.
Captain.
For anyone who happens to be watching this, I swear to God, the intention wasn't to shoot a bunch of indigenous peoples.
Well, I tried to
Oh,
say
hero.
Okay, so you throw it at them, and they think you're throwing a hand grenade.
Okay, cool.
Okay. We're gonna kill a bunch of indigenous people. God damn it.
Yeah,
You might get killed by a bunch of indigenous people. Traveler is crunchy.
Yeah.
yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Every time I've tried, everybody's all excited about the potential bloodbath. I tried to say I mimic the sounds of the monsters from outside, so that they know what we're talking about. The growls were very unique.
Yeah, you did that earlier.
Did I?
You said you did.
I didn't roll anything for that. But yeah, I
I
did.
think
But
I did.
nobody said anything.
You don't have to roll to make us noise. Okay, so yeah, you growled, and they pointed their guns at you.
From around the corner, like I'm behind the pillar. Like I never walked out of cover.
Oh.
Okay, so you're trying to scare them.
I'm trying to make the noise so that they know that these things are there, so that they're prepared for these things to run through the door, or maybe they'll go check it out.
Yeah, so you're only like maybe 10 meters away from them, 20 meters away from them, and you're growling at them.
I don't know how far away I am. How big is a hex?
You're 13.5 meters.
A hex is 1.5, just so you know, about 5 feet.
Oh. I thought I was way further away than that, so maybe not. Never mind then.
Okay, but yeah, I thought you were trying to like let them know. I didn't realize you were trying to hide and do it. But okay.
Yeah. I was just after he had done the mimic. I was just trying to make the noises so that it sounded like they were coming.
So what exactly did you throw at them? A med kit?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it hits the ground and rolls towards them. They don't pull their triggers. They are obviously terrified. I just want you to know they are extremely scared. And they were running from something, and now they've stopped. And they're facing you guys because you're the new threat.
Oh, It might seem like we're blocking their path. Everyone move to the side of the cave. Maybe they'll just leave.
I'm already way in the back.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'll shuffle in the direction of like Tomlin and Faust then.
Yeah. Strix would, carefully and non-aggressively shuffle to the left, trying to unblock the path. And he doesn't have his gun up or anything at this point.
I am in. Probably a ready but not directly presenting stance. Aiming in front of but not directly at, able to react if they choose to shoot.
Okay, so your comms, anybody that has a communicator active on them, who's that? Does everybody already had turned theirs off?
Mine's off.
Mine's off.
Mine would be off.
Yeah, we all turned them off.
Somebody
Whoever-
turn theirs
yeah.
on.
Whoever
Somebody,
is using Alexa.
yeah.
I had my mobile comm on earlier.
Okay, it starts making odd words and fragments of sentences like it's trying to help you understand what they're saying. But it's not really helping. But it's trying to. You hear words like wounded, following, death,
That's just wonderful.
scared, creature that sneaks around at night and has big teeth and fangs.
I'm gonna wave them over, like just like take one hand and just kind of like show a come over here motion.
Who said that? I don't have your guys' voices squared away. Okay, so over by the pillar. Okay, this girl gets up and walks forward with her rifle pointing at you. The young girl. Teenager.
Yep.
And she comes over, and everybody back here is very curious to see what happens. They all have their guns pointed at you. If they shot, they'd probably hit her.
And he's just gonna keep saying, come on, pass.
She
us.
stops.
Keep
She
going.
stops, right about 10 feet away from you or whatever. She stops and says, and it comes out like, what?
Mr. Shack, why don't you put the gauze on someone? Show them that it does a thing.
Oh, Tomlin, come here.
He's hidden.
Oh,
Well, not from you, but he's hidden. Hiding.
who else got hurt? Was it?
It wasn't bandages.
Oh, okay.
It was also Shaq.
Darn.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do my best here. I'm gonna take out. So I'm way in the back. I'm hidden behind people and pillars. I'm gonna cut my hand. To show a wound.
Okay.
So that's a level of connection there. Then I'm gonna step out of cover and put my bloody hand over my head. And I'm gonna
And they say out loud, devil worshiper. No, okay, go ahead. They don't say. Blood
say Hail
magic.
Santa.
Blood magic.
Yes. I will begin.
So then you bind you put the little spray on there and you put the little Band-Aid on covering the wound.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to make a roll. It's a minimum of 1 point, even if you fail the roll.
Okay.
Yeah. So
my
you got
goal
1 point
is
of
to
damage and 1 point of healing.
My goal is to show them that the blood and wounds can be healed, and I'm here if they want that help.
Okay. So the old lady steps forward behind the young girl and puts her hand on her shoulder and starts to pull her back like, why are you interacting with these off-worlders? It's not what she says, but she's like, get back, get back. And they're all basically, it looks like their guard has come down a little bit. They still have their guns pointing at you and stuff, except for the shotgun girl. She's facing backwards, but and the wounded guy. But you can tell that they're not. They're like anticipating what's going to happen next.
Gabe is going to pull out one of the cold light lanterns and very slowly light it and set it on the ground in front of him.
Okay.
One hand still up in the air, if I can do it all one-handed.
Yeah, you can do that.
And then
It's
once it's
basically
done,
a
I'll put
flashlight.
both hands back up in the air and back up 2 or 3 steps.
I'm gonna holster my weapon, and I'm just gonna use both hands to say, to looking at all of them, and just, come on, all of you guys, come on.
Okay, you put your weapon away, and as soon as you do that, they kind of look at you and they look confused a little bit, like, why is this guy that's trying to kill us put his weapon away? But yeah, they're like, what is going on? And they kind of just stand there. They're not advancing. They're kind of just standing there. You can see that all the weapons, all the rifles are kind of not really up. They're kind of down at a lower ready, and they're not really. They're kind of confused. They're a little confused right now. They're baffled, is the word is called. Yeah.
Pardon?
They're baffled.
Yeah. As I notice their rifles going down, I'm going to lower mine sort of in time with them. Like, lessening as they lessen their threat, I'm going to lessen mine even further and sort of move it completely offline and point it, like, towards the wall of the ground or something.
Okay. And then the old woman kind of puts her hand up and points down, and they all kind of lower their rifles. And then she starts nonstop. Just constantly.
I'm gonna try to walk towards them again.
Okay. They're curious to see what kind of person, what kind of being you are.
And I'll
never seen an off-worlder before.
pick up my first aid
So
kit
it seems.
and move towards.
They don't know what a grenade is.
Yeah. And who was injured with them? This guy?
The teenage boy right here.
Oh, okay. And
Half.
walking slowly and deliberately, no sudden movements. I'm walking towards these two.
Okay. They seem to have dropped their guard, and it's like now they're trying to communicate something to you guys. Take that, and they're pointing down the passageway. And then one of them goes. "Arr, arr, arr, arr."
I think they're trying to tell us we're about to get flanked by monsters from both sides, guys.
I concur.
I make a gun with my finger, and I point it down the hallway, and I go. Pew, pew, pew. I point at all of us, and then I go pew, 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 down the hallway again.
Your communicator says something like, "That's what we're trying to tell you."
I'm gonna.
Question: can the communicator translate back to them basic words? Now that we've caught a couple basic words.
You can communicate with your Alexa or whatever, your welcome packet, and it can repeat things, like it can say things that you tell it to say in their language. So yeah, I guess so.
Oh.
Somebody try it. I wouldn't suggest me. I've got a terrible diplomacy.
But it's got a very limited vocabulary. It's not a translator. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, like rah 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 behind us.
While-
and then-
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Pointing back towards the way we just came, and then I'll trigger it to say the name of the spiky beast. I'm gonna butcher it if I try it.
Garum Bright or something?
Yeah, that's the one.
Garen Barrate.
Garum Bright, yes.
Garen.
I forgot the middle syllable.
Doing what I think Gabe suggested that I try and indicate that there's them behind us as well.
Hey, Maury, can you look up the word for friend?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a word for like friend in there too, I'll try and broadcast that for us and like point at everyone. Or help. Help would also work.
Okay, you say some words, and they're communicating poorly with you guys. You know, just making some outlandish Islander TikToks, and you can't. Your translator can only piece some of it together. Basically, it just says that pray, and points down the corridor.
So they're relatively cool with us getting close now, or at least
You can
walking
get
by.
close. You can get
Okay.
close. Within, within, I don't know, 10 feet or so.
So, can Strix would like to move up and like gesture, point at his shotgun, and then point down the hallway and like motion as if he wants to scooch through them, so he can cover that hallway as well. That seems to be what they're after.
Okay, so they moved the wounded boy over here. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, and then Strix just moves up to the other side, watching down the hallway.
The 8-year-old, or whatever she is, let me see exactly. It's taking a second to load it. Okay. Okay, you'll also notice that they're also carrying some kind of knife on them. Like not a machete, but just some kind of smaller blade, like a short sword or something. It's just a small blade. Not a dagger, though, but bigger than that. And these are archaic rifles. These are like one-shot rifles, and then you got to reload. She kind of glances, but she has a shotgun, and she glances over at you and says, and then points down the hallway like, pay attention.
Yeah, so Strix shoulders up his shotgun, is like, watching down the hallway very intently, see if there's anything down there.
I'm gonna hold up my bandaged hand and approach the teenage boy who's wounded.
Okay, when you get close to the boy, this other gentleman steps in and keeps you back.
Just like here.
He doesn't want you. We don't want your help.
Okay, let him die.
Oh, he doesn't look like he's gonna die. I mean, he looks like a tough kid, but he's wounded. He can walk on his own, but it would be like weakly, very weak.
I'll move up with everyone else, like pointing at my rifle and pointing down the hallway as well, so I can help back up the 8-year-old and Strix.
And then you
Strix,
hear her say, the things beyond the light.
Uh-huh. That's the Garen Amberites.
The Garrett and Bright.
I guess I'll be moving up too, so I can, use my thermal vision to see my little light vision to see if I can see what this beast is
Okay, it's
I actually-
it's like a cavernous corridor. You don't see anything approaching just yet.
Yeah.
But who the old lady basically I'm not gonna speak in Islander tongue anymore. Your translators are all up and active, and you can pick out some words, so that's how I'm gonna treat it. But she says, "Who's in charge?"
I raised my hand.
And okay, and she tells you their names: Isaac, Alton, Amelia, Borks, Ekla, Half, Lorman, and she's Amelia, and I'm in charge.
I'll point everyone out after she does. You know, Strix and Maury. And I don't know where Tomlin went. Shaq.
He's over.
Gabe.
She says he's over there hiding behind that pillar.
He's still hanging out, waiting for things to come running through doors and try to rip our faces off.
Exactly.
Tomlin.
Because now that nobody's in the back watching, but
Tomlin, say hi.
she just wants to know
Hello.
why are you here? Who are you, and what do you know about my tribe?
As best I can with the guidebook, filling in with hand miming and whooshing sounds when needed. Spaceships attacking. We crashed. We're hiding. Safe. Sleep.
So your boat hit the water?
Yes.
When you leave?
Sun come up. Morning.
You leave in morning?
Morning.
Okay, that can't be soon enough.
We
Got
could
it.
offer
You
help.
you contaminate this island.
We're on an island.
Yeah, yeah.
So she
You
said
didn't know that?
together we're on an island.
We pay for contaminate. We help.
You part of meteors?
No.
If they just saw the ship crash to the ground, they may think it's a meteor.
We saw a big fight in sky.
Yes, we run from big fight. Not our fight.
All fight in sky is your fight, not our fight. We
Not
have
my
no
fight.
we have no sky boats.
We have food. Do you like?
No, you contaminate. Everything you have is evil.
Okay, Gabe's gonna start backing back up after he just moved forward.
Okay. Sky people, bad people.
Well, that's racist.
You know what?
We don't claim to be otherwise.
Not wrong.
I'll sit there and just start talking normal voice. Hey, can you find out if they know where the down base is? The down port.
Where are other sky people at?
Yeah. We leave sooner if know where find sky people.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to go back out in the dark.
Yeah.
Except many teams.
Well, yeah.
Didn't say how much sooner.
Better wait till bright sky before go out. don't want to be set upon by those that hunt beyond the light.
They come in here?
They are in here. They're down there, and she points down the hallway.
They chase
That's how
us
he.
in
That's
here.
how he got injured. They
Yeah,
jumped.
they
well,
chase us.
one of them jumped us, and we ran like the Dickens.
You want us fight?
I don't want you killed.
We're safe.
You don't have to speak in broken English.
Okay.
It's kind of fun to listen to.
I am because that's what your translator is doing for you. It's barely translating. But if you speak in broken English, then she'll hear it even double broken.
Where can we go that's safe?
Back sky?
That is pretty safe.
What,
Back to your down boat?
Where is the down boat?
Oh, wherever you came from. I don't know.
Broken.
Oh, is it that? I thought.
Yeah,
It's broken.
Yeah, I thought it was
Um,
downport mistranslated. But okay.
yeah, ask them where the down port is. Where in broken, it'd be. I'm just translating this to my group so they can translate to them. Ask them where the down port is. Ask them where big ships come down.
Yeah, where the
Land, go back up.
Where the other sky people are.
Yeah, we live on this island and travel not much further than neighboring islands, and I've never seen sky people.
Oh,
shit.
do
We're
they
on a
have a
long
boat?
frickin' island.
Do they
You
have
guys are
boats?
totally alien to her.
Okay, so what I'm getting is we have to wait for the raiders to leave, so probably in a day or so, because hopefully they're just raiders. Then we can send out an SOS.
yeah.
Actually,
But-
chances are pretty darn good that by morning they're gone.
Yes, so we just need to find somewhere to lie low until then,
Like here.
like here.
While you guys are talking amongst yourselves, you notice that she goes over to Half and she kicks him and grabs his rifle and almost pulls it out of his hand and says something to him in Islander, and he's like, "Stay vigilant. You're a warrior."
Besides the shotguns and the flintlocks, are their weapons fairly basic? I mean,
Super
but
basic,
the knives and
super.
stuff, are they metal? Are they flint?
Yeah, they well, the rifles look, they're probably metal of some kind, maybe an iron. Looks like they're iron, and but it looks like they are pre-industrial. I mean, they can still hammer away at an anvil.
What about the little tiny girl's shotgun? Is that more sophisticated?
Looks
than
like
the
a
rest?
double-barreled musket,
Okay.
like a blunderbuss kind of thing.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay, Gabe would go over, pick up the hatchet,
Yep.
take the case out and everything, set it about 15 feet in front of him, back up, and just say, "Gift, you."
It seems
Okay, so she walks up to it and looks at it, grabs it and picks it up, and you can see that she's got a little bit of amazement in her eyes, and it feels really good. And she pulls her knife out and puts it down and says, "Gift you."
I will bow and, many thanks.
She goes,
Okay,
"This will
that's mine.
kill
Mine
many
gift
other
today."
islanders."
Any movement at the door while they're doing all this?
No, not really. Just what you would expect. There's nothing. There's nothing really going on right now. But it's good to keep an eye open because I'm just waiting for you guys not to be paying attention.
Out of curiosity, how dark is it down this way?
Very.
All right, I'm gonna kind of reach into my backpack, grab one of our chem lights,
Okay.
and I'm gonna crack it so that it lights up so everyone can see it.
All their eyes just become saucers.
And then I'm gonna throw it as hard as I can down this way.
Okay. Yeah. So it's before the corner. It's lit up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to see more. I just want us to be able to see anything that's coming at us. Ideally
Absolutely.
before it sneaks up and eats us.
Right. Yeah. So that area is lit up, and the girl across the hall from me doesn't say anything. She just smiles.
I can see. I can fight.
Yeah. And I guess I'm happy you're not here to kill us. And I guess you're not bad people.
I'm moderately horrible.
Moderately horrible.
Oh, God, please don't say that.
Everything's good in moderation.
Okay, so this is when the pack attacks.
All right.
Yay!
There are about, how many of them are there?
As soon as I see anything moving down that corridor, I'm going to unleash shoot. I'm going to start shooting.
Right. Yeah, that'll all be involved in the whole initiative and all that stuff. But we're not going to do that tonight because this fight would take more than 10 minutes. So, yeah, so let's do this. You can see that, right? Okay.
Ooh, hyenas.
Yeah, there's about half a dozen of them coming down the passageway, and they're moving fairly slow for a four-legged dog-like creature, but still faster than what you would expect. Faster than a person.
No,
Just slower than a dog.
something that doesn't have a predator doesn't need to be fast, does it?
Yeah, and so
they're
we're not
quiet.
gonna roll initiative and everything until next week. We're gonna call it right here. As they come running down, you got a bunch of flintlocks and some pistols and shotguns and all that good stuff. That's going to be going off next week. There is, before we even do any of that, there is just to kind of give you a primer. When we go to a combat, one of you can opt to make a leadership test. Does not have to be Mason. It can be anybody, and only one player will make that leadership test. And based on your effect, you will be given a number of +1s that you can divvy out during the round. Okay, so, and you can do that every round, as long as you can hear each other. You can only give it to someone that can hear you. But before the before the whole fight starts, one of you, doesn't have to be Mason, can make a tactics roll. It has to be ground tactics in this case. And the effect of the ground tactics roll will also add to everyone on your side, not the natives, would add to your initiative. So tactics will give you an initiative, leadership will give you +1s. You have to use the +1 before you roll. So if you say I'm going to shoot and I'm going to use, or may I use one of these +1s, because the leader will divvy them out. If you fail a leadership roll, like you roll too low, then what happens is I will give my dogs +1s. So basically you'll be giving them pluses if you roll really badly. Okay, combat is done by hexes, and so you need to know how many hexes away you are. But luckily, most of these guns can shoot a good number of hexes before you start receiving a +0. So you're probably going to be at a +1 on all your shots because you're so close. And it's lit up enough that you don't have to worry about any penalties for night vision or anything like that. Okay, so when you hit, specifically animals, you don't necessarily need to know this, but this is meta. Animals don't have strength, dex, and endurance. They have hit points, where you have endurance, strength, and dex. And so when you get hit, you lose endurance. When your endurance is reduced to 0, then you start losing it off of strength and dex. And when 2 of those reach 0, you pass out. You become unconscious. When 3 of them become 0, then you're dead. But that doesn't mean you're dead. It means you have 1 minute for a medic to get to you and apply first aid. Yeah, a minute's a long time. It's like 6 rounds, I think. Okay, so let's do a little combat primer. You can do an action, a major action, or they call it significant action, and then you can do a minor action with any number of reactions. Okay, so anytime you do a reaction, you get a minus on your next turn, or I should say your next group of actions. So let's say I attack you, you can say I dodge. I don't want to be attacked. I don't want to be hit. So you dodge. You apply a penalty to them based on your dex modifier, probably. I'm trying to remember. But what that means is when you go to do your actions, you'll have a minus because you're dodging. An action would be things like attacking or first aid is actually a significant action, so you could do first aid. A minor action is things like movement. So if you want to move, that's a minor action. So you could technically move and attack. You could actually attack and then move, however you would like to do it. There's an option, and this is a rule, that you can take your significant action and convert it to 2 minor actions. So if you want, you could have 3 minor actions and move 3 times, right? It's like you're trying to get out of dodge. There will be a list of what significant actions and minor actions are. I could even share that with you, I think. Let's take a look right here. Personal combat. I think it's the combat round. There you go. I typed that up for you guys. Yeah, 1 minor, 1 significant per 6 seconds in initiative order, all that.
I have a question,
Yep.
actually.
Yep, go ahead.
So, with laser sight and aiming, you get +1 with a laser sight if you're aiming. Is that in addition to the +1 from aiming?
Yes.
Okay.
Aim gives you a +1 per minor action, right? So you can aim with your minor action and then attack with your significant action, right? And
Yeah.
if you get that +1 for one minor action, you'll get another +1 for the laser sight.
Okay,
right?
cool.
Right.
I was pretty sure that's how that worked. I just wanted to double check.
But if you chain those, like you go significant action, aim, or minor action, aim, right? Because you can use all 3 of your significant actions to aim. On the next round, you use 1 more minor action to aim, and then you shoot, right? You'll have a +4 for aiming, but you'll still only get that +1 for laser sight. So
Okay.
it's not +2 per action. Now, laser sights are only up to, I think, 50 meters,
Yeah.
something like that. Where if you're shooting beyond that, the laser doesn't help. That's where a scope would come into play. Yeah, and you're always looking for an 8. If you're using melee, like either a hatchet or a stun baton or something like that, you're using the appropriate specialty plus strength or dex, your choice. But when you roll for damage, you only add the strength. So whatever the damage of the weapon is plus strength. I think I've got... Yeah, minor actions, reactions. One of them is dodging. You can dodge a range attack, plus you can dodge melee attacks. And that gives them a minus. There's grappling, fatigue. Okay, making a number of consecutive melee attacks greater than your endurance modifier -2 to all checks. So whatever your endurance number is, like if you got an 8 endurance, you can make 8 melee attacks without being fatigued. Yeah. So if there's a lot of creatures and you're in the middle of a heated battle and you're like, fighting off a swarm of something, you're going to get tired. And it does say consecutive, so as long as you take 1 round to catch your breath, then you'd be okay. And you can use social standing for leadership, right? So you can be that, English officer or whatever, stiff
Office
upper lip.
asshole.
Yeah.
Poor beloved hero.
Now, there is something called dive for cover. And it only applies to ranged attacks, because you can't dive for cover for somebody swinging a sword at you. So, when you dive for cover, you are sacrificing your entire next turn to do that. You're using that as an opportunity to get out of the way. And you can move 1 hex in any direction as long as it's behind cover. So if you're standing out in the middle of the open field and you dive for cover, what you're actually doing is going prone. You're just jumping to prone, which you can do. And you still get the -2 for diving, but now you're prone.
Is there a disadvantage if someone's attacking you from range while you're prone, like in D&D?
Yeah, it's -1.
Okay.
Yep, -1 for being prone. Okay, so now let's say I shoot you. Somebody that's got a good skill will get an effect over their 8 required number to hit. So if I roll, let's say, an 11, right, that's going to give me +3 damage. So every point over 8 gives you an extra +1 damage. And so if your weapon does normally 3 dice, like the rifle, you might get 3 + 6, theoretically. You can't go higher than 6. So one thing about rolling 6 over your skill, you don't ignore their armor. You just guaranteed to do a certain number of damage points. Because when you're hit, you deduct from the damage your armor value. So it doesn't prevent them from hitting you. It prevents them or hinders them from damaging you. Now, in some cover will always give them a -2 to hit you, but some covers also give you armor. So like if you're behind a brick wall, you might get 8 points of armor just because it's a brick wall. So when they shoot you, they get the -2 to hit you, and if they hit you, you still get 8 points of armor. It depends. Some things are more or less. And that's pretty much it. I mean, there's not much really to it. You got 2 types of actions, and as many reactions as you want. Each reaction gives you a -2, I think. -1 on
Every
next.
reaction.
Yeah, -1 on every next set of actions. Yeah, so you could actually dodge from this guy's attack, dodge from this guy's attack, dive from cover from this guy's attack, and parry a melee attack from this guy's attack, and that would have been what, -4 on your next set of actions? Yeah.
Is it the next set of actions on your next turn, or if you dive and you lose a turn, do you get that -4 on the following turn?
That basically, no. If you dive for cover, you lose all your next actions, and that's the biggest penalty you're going to get. You're not going to get any minuses. You'll just lose them because you can't do anything. Yeah, so it doesn't like hold over to the following turn where you get another -1. Yeah, that's probably the question you're asking. Yeah, that should be pretty much it. Now, first aid, you already know how that works, and because you had a chance to do that already. So, yeah, so you can actually do that in the middle of a fight. You can run over, field medic, run over there, slap a Band-Aid, give him an injection while he's taking gunfire.
Everybody say morphine.
Yeah, you can only do that once per injury. So if you get shot twice, you can do it. Like if you get shot for 2 points and then shot for 3 points, and you heal 5 points on that first roll, he still only heals 2 points because he only got injured 2 points. And then you roll for the next one. If you only heal 1, then he gets 1. Yeah, that's pretty much. That guy's got it. Oh, I wanted to touch on something that you guys mentioned earlier about learning a skill. This is important. On your character sheet, you have an area called topic of study or something like that. Let me pull up one of your character sheets so that I can follow along. Actually, I could just make a new character sheet.
Like study period?
Study period. There it is. You put a skill in there that you want to be studying. You can put any skill that you want in there. There's no restriction. It's assumed that you picked up the books that you need to learn a skill. You got the ship's library data. You've got. If you don't have that, then you could have another person on the ship kind of guide you and show you and test you and stuff like that. And it's something to know, like, how many periods it takes to improve a skill. It takes one study period for level 0. And then when you go to level 1, or whatever level you're going to, let's say that, it takes one study period times the level you're going to. So if you're at 1 and you're trying to get to 2, it's 2 study periods. Pretty straightforward. A study period is 8 weeks. So if trying to get from level 0 to level 2, or I should say not even having it to level 2, you would have to do 8 for level 0, 8 more for level 1, and then 16 more for level 2. So you would, yeah, and then it progresses up from there. It's not a guarantee. So once you hit the end of the study period, you roll to see if you've learned anything, or if you stayed diligent or stayed studious or whatever. And if you make that roll, then you get that skill, and then you start a new study period. Okay, that's basic traveler skill improvement. Now we're going to experience points. This is an alternate system. I'm using them both, so you get to skill up both ways. So you'll have a study period and you'll have experience points. Experience points are usually given out at the end of the adventure. So, like, if this adventure was called Marooned on Marduk, when you finish the Marooned on Marduk storyline, I'll give everybody 1 experience point. And 1 experience point can be traded in for a study period. And it doesn't have to be, it's not predetermined. So you don't have it written down like I'm studying this. You could say, well, we were on this planet and we were struggling to communicate. Maybe I want to learn, sign language or whatever. I want to learn archaic slug throwers, and you could do that. Then you just make your die roll to see if it succeeds and go up. But it has to be something that you witnessed or performed yourself. You don't have to be the one that did it. You could see somebody else shooting an archaic weapon and learn the skill. But of course, if you don't have it, it goes to level 0 first, just like any other skill. All right, we're all good. Any questions?
When you say a study period, is that 1 week or 8 weeks?
A study period is 8 weeks.
Okay.
And what usually happens is you spend your jump time studying, right? Because that's usually a week. So anytime you make a jump to a new world, you can just add 1 week towards your completion of your study periods, right? And so after about 8 jumps, you'll have finished a study period. Because when you're on a planet like this or any other planet, you're not going to spend one of your weeks studying or advancing your study periods. Not unless you're just, I don't know what the word is for that.
Boring.
Boring.
I get
you don't
it.
have a life. You don't have a life.
Yeah. It's like recon is the D&D version of perception.
Correct.
Right? So it's something you're going to use a lot. So that's something I may want to beat.
Now you could always use your experience for that instead. So it's up to you to decide how you want to do it. Or you could just put recon in there as a study period, and then if you get an experience point, you can just put it in that and then start a whole new study period with something else. That's whatever you want to do.
I'll use my experience and my study periods for the same skill.
Now the experience system does say that I should grant 2 2 experience points if someone plays exceptionally well. I don't feel comfortable doing that yet. I'm going to wait. I don't think I'm ever going to do that. I think it's just going to be 1. If you participate, you play, you enjoy, everybody's having a good time, you get your point. Because it does say if someone doesn't participate or sits in the sideline and doesn't do anything, they get 0 experience points. I'm not going to do that either. Because if you're here, if you spent the time to be here, I'm going to give you an experience point. All right, guys. That's it. We're going to call it quits for the night. If you got any questions, you can always drop them in Discord. I'll ignore it.
Derek, speaking of, I had sent you a DM about my cam situation, and you never answered. I don't see a DM from you. Basically, I have a cam, but I right now I'm drinking beer. I've smoked the devil's lettuce.
Oh yeah. I think I read that. Okay, yeah. Where you wanted to know if it was what my thought on that was.
Well, you're streaming it on YouTube, so I didn't know what you wanted seen, what you didn't.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you right now. It's okay. You can do whatever you want on your camera, as long as it's not pornographic. We're okay.
Okay, I trust me. I will be conservative and things along those lines.
Okay,
I just
that's
wanted to
fine.
check with you before I turned it on.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you respecting that. But let me tell you a little bit something about me. I'm anti-establishment. So if YouTube is trying to hold us down, I'm gonna kick back. I'm gonna push back. If it locks me out, oh well, it locks me out. But I'm not going to restrict that unless it's something like shooting a young girl in the back of the head or no, I'm just kidding.
Only if it's necessary.
I've had players in the past get mad at me because I killed a horse on camera. Not literally killed a horse, but like a horse was in the game. It was like some kind of D&D game or something, and a monster came down and killed the horse and ate it in front of everybody. And I had a player complain about it because they said it was animal cruelty.
Well, that's the world we live in now.
That's what I'm saying. And I would never do that. There is something about a kid. It happened in one of my local games, not even streamed. I was playing Warhammer, if you know that role-playing game. But there is a quest chain. There's this quest that they went on, and at the end, the villain was killing these like 8-year-old kids to get their life force, right? And one of my players, obviously fought back and killed the bad guy and all that stuff. But after the game, he told me that he was uncomfortable with the subject matter.
I don't want to throw shade at him, but why is he playing Warhammer then? Because that's low key for Warhammer.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, and I was just, I'm a module guy. I really love modules, and this was a module, and I won't like go out of my way to make it, I don't know, inappropriate or something like that. But if it is, or if I feel like it enhances the story or makes it like he's obviously a bad guy, and that's like making it obvious, then I'm going to do it. I'm going to say, okay, yeah, I like it. Because I know nobody's really dying. I'm not gutting some kid. That's like another thing that I'm glad you brought it up. Unaliving someone. What the hell? No, you kill them. Yeah, unaliving. Yeah.
That's the proper term we use now.
Yeah,
well,
I don't. No, in a game, you kill them. You don't unalive them. Yeah.
From my understanding, that particular one is because like Twitter and TikTok censor you if you say anything.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a way to get around the censors, and now it's just
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm
Slang.
not going to play that game.
yeah.
Just so you know.
All right, no problem. I'll have my cam set up next week then, and we'll go from there.
I actually had a question that I just remembered.
Go ahead.
It hasn't been relevant yet. The ancient alien tech that I picked up in character creation.
Uh-huh.
Is that something I have to find out what it is, or I would have by now?
Well, let me tell you. It is a small box, about this size, no buttons on it, no lights, but it does have a belt loop.
It's
Okay.
the Tesseract.
So right, so it's a Tesseract with a belt loop, but it's small. It's the size of a cigarette case or whatever, or not a case, but a pack. Are you going to wear it, keep it on you, keep it in a safe place?
Until I know what it is, it's for sure staying in my quarters.
Okay, but it looks like it's something you might be able to wear on your belt.
Excellent session, boss. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
All right.
it was nice. Is there?
I enjoyed myself, and more to come, hopefully. All right, I'll see you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Catch you guys later.
Right.
Good night. Voice mod enabled. Yeah, I never got a chance to use it. Didn't feel like I needed to use it. It's on right now, and it is going through the microphone. So let me see if I can. I have some hotkeys for it, or at least I did have some hotkeys for it. It should be one of these, right? Oh, we got a new update from NVIDIA. But I was going to do something like...
Something like that. I was going to change my voice.
Or be a sleepyhead.
Or a banana. I don't really get it.
Go back to clean. There we go. So, yeah, in chat, I see there's people watching, being quiet, not chatting. That's good because I had my my YouTube studio covered. There was no way for anybody to see us, so or for me to see it. So I appreciate you guys just chilling, hanging out, watching. If you do have any questions or you want me to address something at the end of the show, you can put it in chat. Or if you just want to chat with each other in the chat, you're more than welcome to do that. And thank you for coming out, and I will catch you next week.